Life's major turning points usually happen when you least expect them. For me, it happened during the most important moment of my life. I woke up. 1 second, I was sitting in a classroom taking my college entrance exams. The next, I was stumbling, my vision blurred as I struggled to find my footing. I wasn't in a classroom anymore. I was standing inside a circular room made of frosted glass. 8 massive searchlights beamed down on me from the ceiling, their blinding glare slowly fading into darkness. Right in front of me, an electronic screen flickered to life. It read, Talent, Insight, Level, Rank 0, Level 1. Note: candidates must keep their information confidential. Slap! I raised my hand and gave myself a hard backhand across the face. I had to be dreaming. I needed to wake up right now. But when I opened my eyes again, I was still in that glass room. I was ruined. I had actually transmigrated. Who in their right mind transmigrates during the very last subject of the college entrance exams? I had it all planned out. I was going to be the top scorer, and the school was going to give me a 300,000 yuan scholarship. Asterisk ding. 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 Asterisk an alarm blared inside the room. You don't need to be that excited just because you awakened, a man in his 30s grumbled from outside the door. He shouted toward the room, Student, you really awakened a beast-taming talent. Stop slapping yourself and get out here. Everyone else takes a minute, but you've been in there for 10. You're holding up the line. I quietly pushed the door open and walked out, mumbling a quick thank you to the man. I looked up and saw the school playground swarming with students. Behind me were 10 identical glass testing booths. Long lines of students waited behind each one. Large screens hung outside the booths. 9 of them flashed red for failed, but the one I just left glowed green for passed. I walked slowly, clutching my head as memories began to flood in. I really was in a different world. In my previous life, I was an orphan, but the Li Tang of this world had a family and friends. There was less cold mockery here and more laughter. More importantly, this was a world of beast taming. At 16, people could awaken talents to contract spirit beasts that could move mountains and drain seas. It was the only path to wealth, power, and status. Brother Tang, you awakened a talent. A tall, muscular guy burst out of the line and hooked his arm around my neck. It was Yang Fan, my longtime best friend. I knew you were a genius. Why did you take so long in there? Are you okay? There are only 20 people left in front of me. If I don't awaken after you did, don't forget me when you're rich. We're the twin stars of genius, remember? I looked at his grinning face. You're right. You're a genius too. Believe in yourself. Haha, that's the spirit. We're going to a beast-taming university together. Yang Fan shouted. Other students started crowding around us. Li Tang, what's your talent? Tell us. Quiet. A woman dressed in a sharp leather outfit, leather jacket, pants, and boots, marched toward us with her head held high. She had a stunning face and a figure that turned every boy's head, but her expression was ice-cold. Wang Jian, weren't you listening in class? She barked. Beast-taming talents are confidential. Stop prying and get back in line. No other class is acting out like this. The students scrambled back to their spots. She turned her gaze on me. Li Tang, you have 5 seconds to get back in formation. You already wasted enough time in the testing booth. Yes, Teacher Zhou, I said quickly. Zhou Shumi, our class teacher, blinked in surprise. She looked at me, wondering why her usual troublemaker student was being so polite today. She almost looked disappointed she didn't have a reason to kick me. She was famous for her temper and her combat skills. Yang Fan and I had been disciplined by her so many times we were practically traumatized. I stood in line and focused on my body. The information in my mind became clear. My talent, insight, allowed me to see detailed information about opponents and spirit beasts. It also boosted my vision. Great, I thought. Asterisk, so it's not a Sharingan. I can't summon a Susanoo. At best, it's a knockoff Byakugan. Asterisk. It felt like I had transmigrated just to be a background character. I also noticed a small space in my mind, about 1 cubic meter in size. That had to be the beast space. It was tiny. How was I supposed to use this talent? I figured I just had to look at something. I turned my gaze toward Teacher Zhou, who was busy maintaining order. Insight, I whispered in my mind. My eyes seemed to flash for a split second. A screen of data appeared over her. Asterisk name, Joshumi. Age, 28. Level, rank 3, level 6. Talent, damage amplification. Beasts, 2, asterisk. Suddenly, Teacher Jo stiffened. She whipped her head around and glared directly at me. I saw some special private information flickering at the bottom of the screen, but before I could read it, my head throbbed, and the world went black. We did well this year. Out of 1,056 freshmen, we have 85 talent awakeners, a voice said. I started to wake up, but kept my eyes closed. Children of beast tamers have a higher chance, but for a small county like in city, these numbers are solid, another voice added. Oh, the kid is awake. I opened my eyes to see a smiling man in his 60s. Little guy, your natural mental strength is impressive. You managed to use a skill before even reaching rank 1. How does your body feel? A headache for a few days is normal, don't be scared. My head doesn't hurt, actually. Asterisk whack, asterisk. A sharp pain exploded in my skull. I let out a yell, clutching my head as I rolled around on the infirmary bed. I felt a massive lump forming. Through the gaps in my fingers, I saw Teacher Jo's hand still hanging in the air. This woman was terrifying. You've got guts, kid, she hissed, her face flushed with anger. Is your talent insight or X-ray vision? You dare use it on me? Do it again, and I'll break your legs. The old man, Vice Principal Liu, just stood there smiling. He didn't even try to stop her. I'm sorry. I won't do it again, I yelled, shrinking back toward the headboard. It's insight, Teacher Jo, not X-ray vision. Please calm down. Insight is a decent ability, Vice Principal Liu said, nodding. Even if it's not a combat talent, it has strong utility. Teacher Jo snorted. Liu, old man, you're being too kind. Insight was great 30 years ago, but since Master Qian Jinlai invented the Beast Illustrated Handbook, this talent is basically obsolete. She raised her wrist, showing off a device that looked like a high-tech watch. You shouldn't be so blunt, Liu sighed. The handbook was actually based on the Insight talent. It used to be a B-rank talent, but they downgraded it to F rank recently. He stopped smiling and looked at me seriously. But remember, a talent is only as strong as the person using it. It depends on how you develop and evolve. In the end, a beast tamer is judged by actual combat. He paused for a moment, then his smile returned. You're fine now. Head back with Teacher Jo. I walked 3 steps behind Teacher Joshumi as we left the school infirmary. The setting sun cast long, thin shadows of us against the pavement. I watched her walk ahead with a swaying, confident gait, and I couldn't help but think about the information my insight had revealed. She was a rank 3 powerhouse. No wonder her punch had hurt so much. Suddenly, her pace slowed. She seemed to remember something and turned back to me, her expression turning unusually serious. Now that you've awakened a beast-taming talent, you aren't a kid anymore, she said. Your insight talent is average at best. You'll have to work twice as hard during your 3 years of high school. I wasn't used to this stern side of her. I just nodded silently. Also, tomorrow at 7:30, all students who awaken talents must gather in the school auditorium. Don't be late, she added, her tone shifting back to her usual sharp self. I already had to work overtime because of you today. Now get lost and go home. Yes, ma'am, I replied quickly. My home was about a 20-minute walk from school. I followed the route in my memory, feeling more nervous with every step. In my past life, I was an orphan. I had been found by the police when I was 3 or 4 and spent my life in a foster home. Several families had wanted to adopt me, but I always refused, holding on to the childish hope that my real parents would find me. Eventually, I grew too old for people to want me. I had been a top student, ready to give my life to the military after my final exams. Then, I drifted off during an English listening test and woke up here. Brother, a crisp voice broke my thoughts. A girl who looked like a porcelain doll came running toward me. She was about 5'3", fit, and wearing a simple white t-shirt with jeans. Her ponytail bounced as she ran, her face still holding a bit of cute baby fat. She grabbed my arm and started firing off questions like a machine gun. Brother, did you really awaken a talent? Are we going to be rich now? I heard you got so excited you fainted. How did it feel? Did a primal power explode out of your body? Say something. I instinctively reached out and pinched Li Yuanyuan's cheek, just like the original owner of this body used to do. How does a kid have so many questions? I'll tell you and Mom and Dad together. You pinched my face again. I'm going to get ugly, she grumbled, pinching my waist in retaliation. I hissed, sucking in a breath of cold air. Was pinching a passive skill all women were born with? We walked through the front door, bickering all the way. Dad, Mom, I got him. Is dinner ready? I'm starving. Yuan kicked off her shoes and plopped down at the dining table. It's ready, it's ready. My mother, Wang Na, said as she walked out of the kitchen with a dish. When she saw me, she set the food down and rushed over to feel my forehead and check me for injuries. Xiaotang, you're back. Are you okay? Mom, the word felt strange on my tongue. I hadn't said it in a lifetime. I paused, then a genuine smile spread across my face. I'm fine. Don't worry. Teacher Zhou called around 6, she said, looking relieved. She said you were fine and had left school. Around 5, little Yang Fan came by to tell us you awakened a talent but fainted from excitement. I wanted to run to the hospital, but your father stopped me. He said the school would notify us if it was serious. I nodded. Yang Fan was always a loudmouth. Yang Fan said he awakened a talent too, Mom continued. But he claimed he knew he was a genius all along, so he stayed calm. Unlike you, getting so excited you passed out. Yuan chimed in. Brother, you're so weak. And Yang Fan is shameless. Before the test, he was shaking. After the test, he started saying he has the Earth's grace, or whatever. As we talked, my father, Li Shanpao, walked out of the study. Dad, I said. He grunted, sitting down. Our family finally has a beast tamer. Xiaotang, you need to grow up now. Stop chasing cats and dogs around. Focus on your cultivation. My father worked at the City Inspection Bureau. He worked with beast tamers often and knew the deal. He was tall, straight-backed, and had a stern, square face that screamed discipline. He looked serious when he spoke, but I knew he was even more serious when he took action. Mom set the last of the food down and brought out 2 wine glasses. Oldly, today is a happy day. I'll have a drink with you. Haha, I'm riding on Xiaotang's coattails today. Dad laughed, pulling a bottle from the cabinet. He poured a full glass for himself and a half glass for Mom. Come, let's toast. Congratulations to Xiaotang for awakening his talent. Thank you, Mom, Dad, and Yuan, I said, raising my glass. Yuan chewed on a braised shrimp and asked, Dad, I heard beast tamers are elite. Does the government give them money and resources? Is it true you have to be a beast tamer to start a company? Yes, Dad replied, but with privilege comes duty. 200 years ago, the 7 continents merged. Rifts opened in the sky, and monsters poured out. The animals on Earth mutated. Humanity was on the brink of extinction until some people awakened talents to contract spirit beasts. We fought for 30 years to seal those rifts. That's how we got the peace we have today. He took a sip of wine and looked me dead in the eye. Li Tang, once you contract a spirit beast, you are a soldier. You protect the country. Do not be a coward. If you don't study, you won't die. But if you don't cultivate properly, you will. The mood turned heavy. Dad downed his drink and reached for the bottle again, but Mom snatched it away. That's enough. You'll snore if you drink more. Any more, and you're sleeping in the study. Yuan looked at me with a mischievous grin. Brother, since the state is going to support you, can I have your allowance? I heard beast tamers make tons of money. Mom tapped her head. Actually, cultivation and raising beasts cost a fortune. I think we might need to cut your allowance to help your brother. What? I have to pay into this. Yuan looked horrified. Then she leaned in curiously. Do beast tamers get assigned wives? My brother is so weak, I bet he'll be single forever. Nonsense, Dad barked. There's no such thing as assigned wives. Yuan stuck her tongue out. Dad turned back to me. Xiaotang, just focus on your training. If you need anything, tell us. We have some savings. He finished his meal in a few bites. Rest early. Yuan, go do your homework. They say daughters are a father's little lovers from a past life. Yuan grumbled as she ran to her room. Did you spend your whole past life watching your lover do homework? You little brat. Dad yelled. Later that night, I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Everything felt surreal. One moment I was at my college entrance exams. The next I was in a world of monsters and spirit beasts. I thought about my day, the pain, the fear, and the strange warmth of a family I never had. As I closed my eyes, I felt a strange sensation deep in my soul. I realized that my journey was just beginning. My mind was a chaotic blur of two different lives. One moment, I was a student driven to serve my country in a modern world, and the next, I was Li Tang, a teenager in a world of beast tamers. I wondered if I was an interloper who had stolen someone else's life, or if these were just memories from a long, vivid dream. I shook my head. It didn't matter. The past was gone, and the future wasn't one yet. I closed my eyes and felt it. The beast-taming talent and the vast, empty space within my soul were still there, clear as day. If I was stuck in this world, I was going to carve out a place for myself. Having a family by my side was already more happiness than I deserved. I wondered how a beast tamer actually trained or signed a contract with a spirit beast. As the questions swirled in my head, exhaustion took over, and I drifted into a dreamless sleep. The next morning, I snapped my eyes open at 6:30. I was still in the same room. It wasn't a dream. The transmigration was real. I closed my eyes again to inspect my talent. First, there was insight. It allowed me to see detailed information about opponents and their beasts, and it even gave my own forces a power boost. Then, there was the big one, synthetic evolution. If I had 3 identical contracted beasts at the same level, I could fuse them to force an evolution. My taming space also provided 10 standby slots for beasts. I realized I had 2 talents. This was my golden finger. With 10 slots and the ability to fuse 3 into 1, it was like playing a strategic auto-battler game. If I had the resources, I could command an army. If I didn't, I could just crush people with one superpowered beast. I felt like the chosen son of heaven. Li Tang, get up. A loud banging on the door interrupted my thoughts. It was Li Yuan, mumbling through a mouthful of toothpaste. I threw on my clothes and swung the door open. She was standing there in pink bear pajamas, foam dripping from her mouth. She rolled her eyes at me and shuffled away. "You're in high school and still oversleeping," she grumbled. "How did you even awaken a talent? It's not fair. I'm definitely going to be stronger than you." "Yeah, sure, whatever you say," I replied, hiding a smirk. By 7:30, I was standing on the field at Heian City First High School. 85 of us were lined up in a neat formation. Yang Fan, who was a head taller than me, leaned over from behind and grinned. "Xiao Tang, I told you I was a genius," he whispered. "My talent is only 2 words, pure greatness. It's definitely S-grade. I'll tell you the details when we're alone. Give it a rest." A chubby kid named Wu Chong interrupted from the side, looking annoyed. "There aren't any S-grades in our school this year. Most of us are F to D grade. It's a miracle 2 slackers like you even awakened anything." Wu Chong was the son of our middle school dean. He was arrogant but smart, and after Yang Fan and I messed with him a few times back in the day, we'd actually become weirdly close friends. "Who crawled up your butt this morning, fatty?" Yang Fan snapped, his hot temper flaring. "You want to go?" I held Yang Fan back and looked at Wu Chong. "Chong, you've got the inside scoop, right? Tell us how the grades look for our year. We're old classmates, after all." The Changji title did the trick. He puffed out his chest, looking satisfied. "Fine, I'll tell you. My dad has connections at the Education Bureau. In our year, there are 4 A grades, 16 B grades, 16 C grades, and 26 D grades. The rest are just common. Is it true that the same grade of talent can vary in strength?" I asked. Wu Chong looked surprised. "You actually know that?" "Look, a weak talent isn't always useless, but a strong one is always a monster. I heard Experimental High produced an S grade this year. It caused such a stir that the provincial leaders are personally overseeing their training." He lowered his voice. "They say the legendary Grandmaster Zhang, she has an S-grade talent." The mention of the man who suppressed the Jiangnan province rift riots sent a ripple through the crowd. Everyone started whispering in excitement. "Quiet," Zhou Shumi shouted. The field went silent instantly. She was walking alongside a male teacher in his 30s. Leading them was a sharp-eyed man in his 50s with a military posture. He stepped onto the stage. "Hello, students. I am Wei Lai, the principal of First High," he said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried to every corner of the field. "You've all awakened, but becoming a true beast tamer is a long road. Don't waste your potential. If you reach Tier 1 before graduation, you're guaranteed a spot in university. No fees, plus benefits and resources. The crowd erupted. Free college? I can actually go. Principal Wei raised a hand to settle us down. But not all universities are equal. We want you in dedicated beast-taming universities, not just the taming departments of regular schools. We want our best going to Nanyu, Moyu, or Jingyu University. To help you, the school will provide your first spirit beast. More resources are available, but you have to fight for them. You aren't ordinary people anymore. The easy days are over. You need to study, train, and risk your lives. He paused, his gaze hardening. From now on, everyone stays in the dorms. And remember, you are forbidden from using your powers against ordinary people unless your life is in danger. Break this rule, and you're expelled, or worse, jailed. He introduced the two class teachers. Zhao Weigua, a cold-looking man, would lead Class 1. Then he introduced Zhou Shumi for Class 2. Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Shumi, she said with a gentle smile and a wave. Half the boys in the crowd looked love-struck. I just shook my head. I'd been fooled by her refined lady act when I first started school. It took exactly 1 week for her to turn our class into a group of terrified, obedient soldiers. I'll leave you with your teachers, the principal said before walking off. Zhou Shumi stepped forward, a clipboard in her hand. When I call your name, you're in Class 2. Line up to your right and follow me. Feng Rue, Lu Jie, Yang Fan. She kept reading until she hit my name. Li Tang. And just like that, the 43 of us in Class 2 began our new lives. Line up and follow me, Zhou Shumi commanded. We fell into step behind her. Within minutes, the classroom was full. All 43 of us sat in neat rows, the air thick with a heavy, suffocating silence. Nobody dared to whisper. On the way here, a few guys had tried to slack off or step out of line. They quickly met the kind regards of Zhou Shumi's foot. She was wearing high heels, but she kicked like a professional martial artist. After Yang Fan and I whispered the nickname, female tyrant, loud enough for others to hear, the entire class became the most well-behaved students in history. As we walked, I realized how massive First High really was. It was split into two main sections, the general teaching area and the back mountain. The general area was for ordinary students, but the back mountain was a fortress built specifically for beast tamers. It had its own teaching buildings, a massive cafeteria, a specialized training ground, and even a 100-meter-tall hill covered in dense forest. Zhou Shumi stood at the podium and flipped through her notebook. She looked down at us and smiled. Don't be so stiff, everyone. I'm actually very gentle. I didn't believe a single word of that. Of course, she continued, her eyes glinting. Some of you might think I'm violent, but the growth of a beast tamer is more cruel than you can imagine. I'm simply building up your physical resistance. She leaned against the desk. Today's first lesson is about common knowledge. If you have questions, raise your hand. First, let's talk about what you care about most, how to cultivate and how to form a contract with a spirit beast. My ears perked up. This was it. You will be given cultivation techniques. Currently, everyone in China uses the same one, the China Beast Tamer Advancement Guide. I blinked. What a boring name. I was expecting something legendary like the 10,000 Beast Jade Scripture or the 9-step God Beast Manual. Something with a bit of flair. You'll get the books soon, Zhou Shumi said. But they stay at school. You are forbidden from sharing these techniques with ordinary people. Once you master the basics, I suggest practicing for at least 4 hours a day. If your mental strength is high enough to handle more, go for it. She shot a quick glance at me before moving on. Once you reach level 10 of the spirit stage, you can form your first contract. Spirit beasts are your partners, not your slaves. There are 2 ways to get one. First, a spirit beast egg. These are condensed by powerful beasts to ensure their offspring have the best start. They are safe, loyal, and usually have higher talent. The downside? They start weak and are incredibly rare. For beginners, this is the gold standard. She held up 2 fingers. The second way is to contract a living beast directly. They're stronger at the start, but it's risky. In extreme cases, they can even betray their masters. Now let's talk about growth paths. She explained that there are 2 main schools of thought. Some people focus on one main beast. If your beast hits rank 2, you hit rank 2. Your fates are tied. The second path is quantity. If you reach rank 1, level 10, and contract a second beast, that synergy can push you to rank 2. In that case, the tamer is often stronger than the individual beasts. As you cultivate, your own body will be strengthened by primal power, she added, a predatory smile creeping onto her face. You won't just be standing behind your pets. We have combat classes. I'll be personally training you in hand-to-hand fighting. I exchanged a terrified look with Yang Fan. The female tyrant teaching us combat? That wasn't a class. That was a sanctioned beatdown. One more thing, she warned. If your beast dies, you suffer a massive backlash. Your total contract capacity drops by 1 permanently. As for levels, we go from rank 0 to rank 9. Theoretically, there's a rank 10, but no one has ever reached it. Beasts follow the same ranks, but they have talent caps. If a beast has rank 5 talent, it stops growing at rank 5 unless it evolves. And evolution is incredibly difficult. I thought about my second talent, infinite evolution. A surge of excitement hit me. Evolution might be hard for others, but for me, the advantage was all mine. Lastly, your talent grades, S, A, B, and so on, are just measures of known abilities. They don't define your ultimate limit, she said, her voice dropping an octave. But there's a reason you're in Class 2. Your initial talent scores were lower than Class 1. You are the slow class. I expect you to work twice as hard. Don't make me lose face. Because if I lose face, you'll lose your lives. I scoffed internally. I'd been a high achiever my whole life. Being in a slow class felt like a bad joke. I raised my hand. Teacher, can a tamer have more than one talent? The question caught her off guard. She paused, thinking it over. I only know of one exception. It was a twin who absorbed his sibling in the womb. He woke up with 2 talents and became incredibly powerful. I lowered my hand, my heart racing. I was a transmigrator. 2 souls merged into one. That explained everything. Teacher, how long until we get our first beast? Yang Fan asked from behind me. I'm dying to know what mine will be. On average, about 1.5 years, she replied, enjoying the disappointed groans. Most reach rank 1 by the second half of sophomore year. However, the school has a tradition. Every year, they provide 5 spirit beast eggs to the top students. First come, first served. A single egg is worth over $1 million. The room exploded into chatter. $1 million? The school was playing for keeps. I'm a genius, Yang Fan whispered, his eyes wide. Only an egg is worthy of me. Now, for the perks, Zhou Shumi shouted over the noise. Tuition is free. Room and board are covered. Until you reach rank 1, the school provides 1 low-grade primal stone per month for cultivation. It's not much, but it's a start. If you want more, you have to earn them. She scanned the room. I need a class monitor and a vice monitor. These 2 will get an extra primal stone every month. The selection process is simple. Everyone, move to the training field. You will run laps. If you get lapped twice, you're out. If you stop, you're out. Last man standing is the monitor. Second place is vice monitor. Move. We scrambled out of our seats. 1 primal stone was worth $10,000. For a kid like me, that was a fortune. My dad's monthly salary was barely $10,000. If I won this, I'd be making as much as a grown man while still in school. $10,000 bucks, $10,000 bucks. Yang Fan was chanting like a mantra as we ran toward the field. I looked at the massive track ahead of us. It was much larger than a standard school field. My lungs already felt tight, but I gritted my teeth. I didn't care if I ran until my heart stopped. That monitor position was mine. The track was about 800 meters long. At the front of the field, Zhou Shumi had somehow found a chair and a sun umbrella. She sat there comfortably, watching the 43 of us struggle. The pack split into 3 groups almost immediately. A guy named Young Warren took the lead with the frontrunners. The main bulk of the class formed a large middle group. Then, there were 7 or 8 stragglers already falling behind. Yang Fan and I stayed in the middle. My grades back in the real world were average, but I'd spent my life chasing cats, dodging dogs, and playing sports. My body was in decent shape. I felt light on my feet. Yang Fan was a big guy, so his athletic ability was naturally better than mine. He wanted to sprint to the front and lead the pack, but I grabbed his arm and held him back in the second group. This was a test of endurance. We didn't need to lead. We just needed to not get lapped. I needed to save my energy. 30 minutes in, the back group started to crumble. A girl and a chubby boy drifted off the track and collapsed onto the grass. Chin Yu out. Man Chong out. Zhou Shumi's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Once the first person quit, the doubt started spreading like a virus. I could see it in their eyes. People were thinking, there are only 2 spots. Why am I killing myself for this? An hour passed. Less than 10 of us were still running. 3 were in the lead, 6 were in my group, and 1 lone soul was desperately trying to keep up from behind. We had covered nearly 8 kilometers. Our pace was dragging. A girl running just in front of me was drenched. Her white t-shirt was soaked through with sweat, clinging to her back. I didn't have the energy to care. My muscles were screaming. Every breath felt like a paper cut in my lungs. Beside me, Yang Fan was wheezing, sweat pouring off him in waves. I've been a winner my whole life, I told myself. I can't quit now. I knew this wasn't just about physical fitness anymore. It was about willpower. The moment you let the thought of quitting enter your mind, you've already lost. 10 minutes later, the girl in front of me stumbled. Her legs gave out, and she hit the dirt hard. The others simply swerved around her and kept going. I couldn't do that. I stopped, gasping for air, and helped her over to the grass. Her knees and palms were shredded, blood trickling down her shins. She sat there and started to sob. I didn't have the breath to comfort her. I just turned back to the track, put my head down, and kept running. 3 minutes later, the person in last place was lapped for the second time. They were out. Only 8 of us remained. The only sound was the heavy, ragged thumping of feet and the desperate rasp of breathing. We weren't pro athletes. We were just kids. Our bodies had hit the limit long ago. The only thing keeping us upright was pure spite and pride. I have to win. I'm a transmigrator. I have a system. I have to be the best. I told myself I'd rather drop dead on this track than lose that monitor position. Suddenly, something shifted. The heavy, leaden feeling in my legs vanished. It felt like gravity had let go of me. My speed picked up. I started passing people. 7th place. 6th. 3rd. 2nd. I blew past Yang Fan. The leader, Qin Rue, saw me coming. His eyes were full of desperation, but his legs wouldn't listen to him. He could only watch as I pulled ahead, step by agonizing step. He had led the entire race, only to be hunted down in the final moments. I hit 1st place. But by then, the competition didn't even matter. My mind was empty. I just wanted to run. Half an hour later, everyone else had stopped. I was the only one left circling the track. What's wrong with Li Tang? Yang Fan wheezed from the ground. He looked like he was about to vomit. How is he still going? Vice Principal Liu had appeared at some point, sitting in Zhou Shumi's chair while she held the umbrella for him. He's entered a flow state, Zhou Shumi said quietly. It's a manifestation of mental strength. Vice Principal Liu smiled, watching me. He's at his limit. He's going to faint. Before he even finished the sentence, my legs buckled. I slammed into the ground. Zhou Shumi dropped the umbrella and blurred across the field. She was incredibly fast. She picked me up like a sack of flour and tossed me onto the grass with the others. Everyone, assemble, she barked. We were dead tired, but her voice carried a terrifying weight. We crawled and limped toward her. Most of you did well, she said. You showed me your grit. Since this was your first lesson, I'll give you a little reward. She turned to the vice principal. Old Liu, if you would. The vice principal sighed and raised his hand. Suddenly, a massive butterfly, a meter wide, appeared in the air. Its wings were a brilliant emerald green, shimmering like jewels. It danced gracefully above our heads. It's beautiful, someone whispered. That's an emerald swallowtail, a student explained. At least a rank 5 talent. It's a rare healing-type spirit beast. Accelerated healing, old Liu commanded softly. The butterfly flapped its wings, releasing waves of green light. I watched in shock as the girl who had fallen earlier looked at her knees. The wounds closed instantly, leaving nothing but dried blood. Recovery, old Liu said. The butterfly circled us, dropping shimmering green powder. As it touched my skin, the burning ache in my muscles began to fade. Strength flowed back into my limbs. I sat up, staring at the creature. It was like a dream. This was my first time seeing a real spirit beast. It was magical. One day, I told myself, I would have beasts even more powerful than this. I would be the king of beast tamers. Come back, old Lou whispered. The butterfly turned into a streak of light and vanished into his body. Have a good class. I'm going back to the infirmary. Thank the vice principal. Zhou Shumi shouted. Thank you, vice principal. We chimed. All right, Zhou Shumi said, pointing at me and Qin Rue. Based on the results, Li Tang is the monitor. Qin Rue is the vice monitor. Li Tang, grab a few boys and go to the library. Get the textbooks for this semester and distribute them to everyone's desks. At 1:30, lead everyone to the combat hall. I'm teaching you how to fight. Dismissed. Go eat and wash up. I was the monitor. It sounded great, but as I led 10 guys to haul heavy stacks of books, my stomach growled loud enough for them to hear. Healing or no healing, I was starving. I grabbed Yang Fan and we bolted for the cafeteria. On the way, he wouldn't stop making excuses for his performance during the run. I was only a hair away, Tang brother, he insisted. My leg cramped up at the last second. Otherwise, we'd be the monitor and vice monitor duo. The twin swords of class 2. A legendary pair. I looked at him and laughed. I had been in the zone during the race and hadn't noticed him falling behind. Don't worry about it, Xiaoyang. I comforted him. You've got me as the class monitor now. I'll help you take that vice monitor spot back eventually. You're right. Yang Fan beamed, his admiration growing. That's my Tang brother. Always thinking 10 steps ahead. The cafeteria served a set meal for everyone. 3 dishes and 1 soup. The food looked exquisite, especially the braised pork. It was translucent, shimmering under the lights, and the aroma was incredible. My mouth watered instantly. The portions looked a bit small, but the server Annie smiled at me. Eat up, kid, she said. There's plenty more where that came from. I nodded, already planning to go back for thirds. Yang Fan was a big guy with an even bigger appetite, so he didn't need any encouragement to start shoveling food in. As we looked for a place to sit, I spotted Wu Chang eating alone in a corner. I nudged Yang Fan, and we headed over. Well, if it isn't young Master Wu, Yang Fan teased as we sat down. Why so lonely? And wait. He stopped mid-sentence, staring at Wu Chang's left eye. It was bruised a deep, nasty purple. Who hit you? Who gave you the panda eye? Tell us, and we'll go settle the score. Wu Chang and I had gone to the same middle school, so I backed Yang Fan up. Seriously, what happened? Wu Chang sighed, looking defeated. Don't ask. Our homeroom teacher, Zhao Weigua, is a maniac. This morning, he just told the boys and girls to have a massive brawl. He said the last one standing would be the monitors. I couldn't dodge in time. A guy nicknamed the Great Bear punched me right in the face. I realized then that none of the teachers here were normal. Zhao Weigua sounded just as brutal as Zhou Shumi. So you lost, Yang Fan said, his mouth full of pork and rice. If our class had a fight, Tang brother and I would definitely be the top 2. Who's this Great Bear anyway? Xiong Chu, Wu Chang muttered. He's our class monitor. He's a tank and hits like a truck. What about your class? Who's your monitor? Yang Fan gestured toward me with a grand flourish. You're looking at him. The great monitor of class 2. Luck, mostly, I said modestly, though I signaled Yang Fan to keep going. Luck nothing, Yang Fan bragged. Our Tang brother left everyone in the dust this morning. He ran until the whole class was ready to puke. Wu Chang snorted, his arrogant streak returning. Picking a general from a bunch of dwarves. It's a slow class anyway. Yang Fan and I both dropped our chopsticks. Xiao Chong, Yang Fan said, his voice dropping an octave. Your eyes look a bit uneven. Let me help you balance them out. In a practiced move, Yang Fan lunged forward and locked Wu Chang's arms behind his back. I raised a fist, feigning a punch. I'm sorry. Wu Chang squealed. Heroes, have mercy. Don't waste the food. This meat is from spirit beasts, and the vegetables are spiritual plants. They're full of energy to help us recover. I stopped and finished my meal, washing it down with the meatball soup. A sudden wave of warmth flowed from my stomach to my limbs. Even Yang Fan, who swore he'd need 4 bowls, let out a massive burp and looked completely stuffed. At 1:30, we gathered in the combat hall. It was massive, over 500 square meters, and packed with training equipment. We had all changed into black training uniforms. Zhou Shumi stood at the front, having traded her leather outfit for a matching black tracksuit. She looked even more intimidating now. Some people think a beast tamer just lets their spirit beast do the fighting, she began, her voice cold. That is a fatal mistake. If the tamer is weak, any smart opponent will just kill the tamer directly. You must have combat strength. Your body will grow stronger as you level up, but without technique, you're just a brute with wasted power. Monitor, front and center. Here. I stepped out of the formation. Attack me however you want, she said. She stood perfectly still, hands at her sides. I knew she was leagues above me, but I didn't want to look pathetic. I decided to use a feint. I sprinted toward her, throwing a high punch at her face. My plan was to drop low for a leg sweep the moment she reacted. I never got the chance. Before I could even see her move, her palm caught my fist. With a simple, effortless pull, she used my own momentum to send me flying. I tumbled 3 meters and landed face first on the floor. Again, she said, beckoning me with a finger. I gritted my teeth and scrambled up. I rushed her again, launching a powerful sidekick. This time, her foot moved like a blur, tapping me lightly on the forehead before my kick even got close. That's speed, she said. She stepped aside and grabbed a thick, padded shield, tossing it to me. Hold this. I braced myself, holding the shield against my chest with both hands. Zhou Shumi took a quick step and threw a casual punch. The impact felt like being hit by a truck. I was lifted off the ground, flying 5 meters through the air until I slammed into a heavy sandbag. I hit the floor, dazed but not in much pain, until the sandbag swung back from its highest point and smacked me right in the back of the head. I ate dirt for the second time that day. She definitely did that on purpose. I was the class monitor, not a punching bag. That's power, she told the class. And I was holding back. If I hadn't, he'd be in the hospital. In the future, I'll teach you advanced combat and battle methods. But the foundation is always strength, endurance, speed, and flexibility. Today, we learn the stance. She demonstrated a position, feet shoulder-width apart, knees bent, back straight, arms held out as if hugging a large ball. This is the primordial stance, she explained. It builds lower body strength and endurance. More importantly, it helps you develop sinew strength. This is how you learn to use your fascia and bones to explode with power. It's how you turn 100% of your strength into 200%. Everyone, find a space. 1 meter apart. Begin. I stood at the front, facing my classmates to lead them. I followed her instructions, sinking down as if sitting on a high stool. I tucked my hips, kept my palms facing inward, and imagined a book balanced on my head. I half closed my eyes and focused my mind on my beast space. The monitor's form is perfect, Zhou Shumi noted as she walked through the rows, correcting the others. As I held the stance, I felt a strange energy rising from the soles of my feet. It surged through my body, and I felt my beast space beginning to expand. Zhou Shumi stopped in her tracks, staring at me. Faint ripples of energy were leaking out of my skin. I could see the shock in her eyes. I was actually leveling up on my second day. Maybe I really was a genius. It was the unmistakable sign of a breakthrough. I felt a surge of invisible energy flooding into my beast space, pushing against the boundaries of my mind. The void around me began to stretch and grow, expanding from a single cubic meter to 2. When the growth finally stopped, I snapped my eyes open. A new wave of physical strength pulsed through my veins. Don't worry, Zhou Shumi said, her voice cutting through the silence. You've just leveled up. You should be at rank 0, level 2 now. She looked at me with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Usually, students start at level 1, and only those with growth-type talents level up this quickly. She knew my talent was insight, not growth. I could see her mind working, wondering if I had a second talent or just a natural affinity for energy. But in this world, every beast tamer keeps a trump card. She didn't pry. Instead, she turned to the class. Your monitor is already level 2, she announced, using me as a motivator. He's far ahead of you. If you want a chance at a high-quality spirit beast egg, you'd better catch up. The class looked at me with pure envy. Suddenly, the grueling primordial stance didn't seem so bad to them. They all began practicing with renewed intensity, hoping for a similar miracle. I just looked inward at my expanded space and smiled. Leveling up on day 2? I really was a genius. An hour later, the genius was shaking like a leaf. Sweat pooled around my feet, and my muscles screamed in agony. I wasn't the only one. Half the class had already collapsed onto the floor. Gather round, Joshumi called out, finally showing some mercy. Go back and keep practicing this. There's an old saying. Practice the fist but not the gome, internal power, and you'll end up with nothing. This stance is your foundation. She spent the rest of the session demonstrating stretches, punches, and kicks, ending with a complex set called the Hwagwa Long Fist. As the 3-hour class wrapped up, she handed me a stack of papers. Monitor, pass these out. It's your schedule. I glanced at the paper and felt my soul leave my body. Monday to Sunday, 6:30 a.m. to 10 p.m., every hour was filled. Beast history, basic spirit biology, geography, wilderness survival, first aid. It was more intense than my previous life senior year of high school. From tonight, 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. is meditation class, she added. That's where you'll level up. Tomorrow morning, 6:30 a.m. sharp for a 5-kilometer run. We'll alternate between running and the stance every day. Now, go shower, eat, and get to the meditation hall. I led Class 2 toward a small 2-story building on the mountainside. Class 1 was already there. As we entered the lobby, the neat rows of students broke apart as people started chatting. I noticed Wu Chong, the guy I'd beaten in the race, whispering to a tall, lean student who stood a head taller than even my friend Yang Fan. Wu Chong pointed at me, and the tall guy sneered. He gave me a look of pure provocation. I didn't give him the satisfaction of a reaction. I turned to my class and barked. What is this? You're acting like a bunch of bears in a honey pot. Get back in line before I tell Teacher Zhou. The students, fearing Shumi's temper, scrambled back into formation. The tall guy from Class 1 turned bright red with rage at being called a bear, but I just looked away. A middle-aged man with a gentle smile walked in. This was Sun Mingyuan, our meditation teacher. He led us to the second floor, to a room with a door 30 centimeters thick. It was heavy. I saw him strain just to pull it open. Inside, there were no desks, only meditation mats on the floor. Why can we cultivate? Sun Mingyuan asked once we were settled. Because the rifts brought Yuan energy, a girl from my class, Yin Ziyuan, answered quietly. I glanced at her. She had a clean, delicate face and a calm aura. Sun Mingyuan nodded. Exactly. It's not complicated. We breathe in Yuan energy to grow our beast space, and the space strengthens our bodies in return. This Hwagwa Beast Tamer Fitness Guide you all have is the foundation. It's balanced and safe. He smiled, looking around the room. Notice anything different about this air? It's fresher, someone from Class 1 said. It's because the Yuan energy is more concentrated here, I added. Correct, Sun said. This is a low-grade Yuan room. The energy here is 10 times denser than outside, and for when you're in your dorms, you use these. He held up a small, transparent cube with liquid swirling inside. Energy stones. He called the monitors and vice monitors forward to distribute them. I walked up with Qin Rue. From Class 1, the bear, whose name was Xiong Chu, and a tall girl with a striking figure stepped forward. Monitors and vice monitors get 2 stones each, Sun Mingyuan announced. Then he looked at me. Except for Li Tang. You get 3. Every eye in the room locked onto me as I took the 3 stones. I could feel the weight of their stares, but I didn't care. I was planting the seeds of my future power, and I intended to watch them grow into a massive tree. Plant a seed in spring and harvest 10,000 grains in autumn, Sun Mingyuan said, his voice echoing in the quiet room. This extra stone is your reward for leveling up. Every time you break through to a new level, you get 1. The students from Class 2 already knew the deal, but the kids from Class 1 were stunned. They stared at me like I was some kind of freak. Li Tang already reached level 2 this afternoon. Sun Mingyuan continued. That's impossible, someone whispered. Meditation class hasn't even started. How can he be level 2 already? Is he a natural awakener? Another asked. No way. He awakened with us yesterday. It must be his talent. The room buzzed with jealous chatter until Sun Mingyuan raised his hand for silence. His friendly smile vanished, replaced by a look of dead seriousness. A beast tamer relies on themselves, he said firmly. If someone levels up faster, that's their skill. We keep talents secret for a reason. Some talents are obvious, but others have specific conditions. In a real fight, if your enemy knows everything about your talent, your beast, and your skills, you're already dead. You can show off to get resources, sure, but you should always keep a card hidden up your sleeve. The room went dead quiet. Sun Mingyuan let the lesson sink in before his warm smile returned. I mentioned that energy stones speed up cultivation, he said, holding one up. These are mined from concentrated yuan energy veins. They are incredibly precious. Even though yours are just low-grade, absorbing one completely should get most of you to level 2. Remember, talent is just your visible potential. Your energy affinity, your comprehension of combat techniques, and your coordination with your beast, those are what really matter. He gestured to the floor. But in this yuan room, you don't need the stones. The air is thick enough. Now, sit cross-legged. Close your eyes. Sink your consciousness into your beast space. I followed his instructions. I took a deep breath, focusing my mind. Feel the energy around you, Sun's voice drifted in. It should look like tiny, pale red particles. When you see them, use your mind to pull them into your body. Don't rush. Take it slow. I closed my eyes and saw them immediately. But they weren't just drifting, they were swarming. Sun Mingyuan was watching the class. He activated his own talent, the eyes of energy, to check our progress. He saw most students slowly pulling in a single particle. Then he looked at me. His jaw nearly hit the floor. Energy wasn't just entering me. It was a localized hurricane. While others struggled with one particle, I was vacuuming up 8 or 9 at a time. I saw him freeze, looking at me as if I were some ancient powerhouse reincarnated into a 16-year-old's body. Now, the important part, Sun said, shaking himself out of his shock. Don't let the energy stay in your flesh. Guide it to your beast space. Collect 10 particles, then compress them. Turn them into a seed and bury it in the soil of your space. Then, keep feeding it. Imagine it sprouting. Imagine the roots taking hold and the green shoots breaking through. This is the foundation of the Huagua Beast Tamer Guide. He sat down to cultivate himself, pulling out a high-grade stone. Inside my beast space, my seed didn't just sprout, it exploded. It drank the energy, grew a stem, and unfurled its first leaf. But then I looked at my second talent, the reserve slots. I wondered, could I plant seeds there too? I didn't hesitate. In my mind, I started digging into the soil of each slot. I planted a seed in the first slot, then the second. By the time I reached the 10th slot, I felt my absorption speed kick into overdrive. Hundreds of energy particles flooded into my space, feeding all 11 seeds at once. My little garden was growing at light speed. Suddenly, the air felt thin. Wait, why did the energy disappear? A student complained. Sun Mingyuan snapped out of his meditation. He looked up and saw a literal vortex swirling around me. Hundreds of particles vanished into my body every minute. I was draining the room dry. What the hell, he muttered. That's the absorption speed of a rank 3 tamer. He realized the room's supply couldn't keep up. He scrambled to the front wall, pressed a hidden panel, and opened a compartment. He swapped out a spent stone for a fresh, mid-grade energy stone. I saw his face twitch with pain. That stone clearly cost him a fortune. The room glowed red for a second as the energy replenished, and I went right back to feasting. At 9:40 p.m., Sun Mingyuan called the session to an end. The seed you've planted is called the Art of the Beast, he explained. It's the core of your power. As it grows, its leaves will produce origin power, a dew-like energy. This power nourishes your space, strengthens your body, heals your wounds, and fuels your talent's active skills. Once you have a beast, it's what helps them level up too. He glanced at me again, his expression complicated. In the spirit rank, you mostly use it to grow your space. Once you hit rank 1, the tree will be fully formed, and you'll have even more uses for it. Any questions? Teacher, my seed didn't sprout, a guy from class 1 said, looking worried. Can I keep practicing at home? It's normal for it to take a few days, Sun reassured him. That's why I gave you the stones. Just hold them while you meditate. But listen, meditation drains your mental energy. If you feel tired, sleep. Don't force it. or you'll do more harm than good. By 10:30 p.m., I was back at the dorms. The school didn't skimp on living quarters. It was a 2-bedroom suite with a living room and a private bath. I walked into the living room to find Yang Fan stuffing his face with a late-night snack. He had been holding it in all day, but as soon as we were alone, he couldn't help himself. "Li Tang, I figured out my talent," he whispered through a mouthful of noodles. "It's enhanced digestion. Me and my beast get a 10% boost to energy absorption from food." He looked so proud, like he'd awakened the soul of a gluttonous beast. I gave him a thumbs up and played along, but inside, I was shaking my head. It was a textbook F-rank talent. We were beast tamers. We cultivated through meditation. What was the point of being really good at eating? I couldn't help but stare at Yang Fan. Energy was supposed to be absorbed into the soul, not the stomach. His talent only increased his digestion by 10%, meaning he just got hungry faster and absorbed a tiny bit more nutrients from his meals. That was it. Yet, there he was, looking smug. He actually believed that as long as he kept eating, his strength would skyrocket. He even ran back to the cafeteria to buy another late-night snack. The school provided 3 free meals a day, but extra snacks cost real money. While Yang Fan was out hunting for more food, I called home. I let my family know I was safe and settled in. When Yang Fan returned and started inhaling his food again, I finally spoke up. "Yang Fan, did your seed sprout yet?" "No," he mumbled through a mouthful of meat. "I planted it, but nothing's happening." "Do you feel mentally exhausted? Can you still practice tonight?" "I was sleepy before," he said, swallowing the last bite. "But after this snack, I'm wide awake." I paused. If his talent actually helped him recover mental energy through eating, it might not be an F-rank talent after all. That would be at least a B-rank ability. "All right then," I said, a competitive spark lighting up. "Let's outwork everyone. We practice until we pass out." "You're on," he grinned. "Those spirit eggs are ours." My dorm room was small but functional. It had a bed, a small wardrobe with 4 sets of clothes, a tracksuit, combat gear, and a desk with a computer. I didn't touch the computer. I sat cross-legged on the bed and entered my beast space. 11 trees swayed gently in the void. The 10 identical trees from my second talent looked like fresh sprouts in a garden, glowing with a vibrant green light. After watching them for a few minutes, I realized something. Even when I wasn't actively meditating, the trees slowly absorbed ambient energy particles. I was passively cultivating 24 hours a day. Looking inward sped up the process, and active meditation made it even faster. I realized why I had leveled up during the morning drills. Being in that focused state had pushed my passive growth over the edge. I gripped an origin stone in my palm and began the cultivation technique. The stone dissolved into pure energy, flowing through my hand and into my space. It split into 11 streams, nourishing every single sprout. I watched as their second leaves began to unfurl. 2 hours later, at 1 a.m., my mind gave out. My head hit the pillow, and I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. I wasn't the only one. All across the freshman dorms, students were pushing themselves until they collapsed. The next morning, my alarm blared at 6:20 a.m. I stretched, but my heart nearly stopped when I realized my hands were empty. I jumped out of bed, shaking out my blankets. Nothing. I crawled on the floor, using my phone light to check under the bed. Still nothing. I checked my pockets and only found the 2 stones from the day before. My face twisted. Where was my third stone? I closed my eyes and checked my beast space. The second leaves on all 11 trees were now fully grown. I had absorbed an entire stone in one night. That was 10,000 yuan gone in a few hours. At this rate, being a beast tamer was going to bankrupt me. Then, a voice echoed in my head, the voice of my old self. Asterisk, what is money? Money is just a tool. If it's gone, go earn more. Asterisk. I didn't have time to mourn my wallet. I grabbed Yang Fan, and we sprinted downstairs. As the class monitor, I got 1 free origin stone a month. I couldn't afford to let teacher Zhou catch me being late. We hit the playground at 6:30 a.m. sharp. The whole class was there. Without waiting for an order, I took the lead. Run, I shouted. We couldn't give Zhou Shumi any reason to complain. As we ran, I leaned toward Yang Fan. How much of your stone did you absorb last night? He pulled his stone out. It looked almost exactly the same, maybe a tiny bit smaller around the edges. I put on my misery mask and kept running. My second talent absorbed energy like a vacuum. It gave me more power and faster growth, but the cost was staggering. And with classes all day, I had no time to make money. By 7:15 a.m., we finished our 5 kilometers. I dismissed the class, rushed back for a quick shower, and grabbed 3 meat buns from the cafeteria. I got 4 for Yongfan. The morning was filled with standard subjects: Chinese, math, biology, and chemistry. I flipped through the textbooks. The content was almost identical to my previous life, though the math was actually easier. Back then, I was a top-tier student, the kind whose scores were high enough for the best universities in the country. I wasn't afraid of a few exams. Instead of paying attention, I spent the classes in a meditative state. I discovered that looking inward in a low-energy classroom was slower than active meditation, but still effective. I had to be careful, though. I didn't want to drain my mental energy before my night session. During Chinese, the teacher ignored me. But during math, the teacher noticed my closed eyes. "Li Tang, how do you solve this problem?" I stood up, glanced at the board for 5 seconds, and rattled off the steps. Draw an auxiliary line from point C to A, calculate the ratio, and the answer is 3 times the square root of 3. The teacher stared. "Sit down. Why are your eyes closed in my class?" "Teacher, I use my ears to listen. Why do I need my eyes?" By noon, I had the math figured out. In the classroom, my trees absorbed 1 particle per minute while looking inward. Active meditation was 5 times faster. Basically, 5 hours of sitting in class was equal to 1 hour of real training. I made a plan. I would use every boring lecture to look inward. I'd spend 10 minutes of every hour in deep meditation, adjusting based on which teacher was watching. For the exams, I'd just read the textbooks once. People think geniuses are born. They're wrong. Geniuses are just the ones who know how to grind harder than everyone else. To get ahead, I had to be more relentless than everyone else. I needed to grind until my rivals had no path left to follow. My main challenge now was the teachers. During the general education classes, the teachers were ordinary people. If I didn't give them face, they usually just grumbled and moved on. As long as I could answer their questions, they left me alone. I was an expert at this. Back in my old life, I used to study physics during math class. But the professional beast-taming instructors were different. They were actual beast tamers, and they loved military-style discipline. They didn't tolerate slackers. Zhou Shumi was the type to strike first and talk later, and I'd heard Zhao Weiguo was just as brutal. I also had a resource problem. I needed to know exactly how much energy was in a low-grade spirit stone. The one I used yesterday had vanished instantly. "Li Tang, how late did you practice last night?" Yongfan asked, gnawing on a chicken drumstick at lunch. "You've been half asleep all morning." "I didn't check the time," I said, shoveling rice into my mouth. "I just practiced until I collapsed." Yongfan looked at me, puzzled. "How did you solve that math problem so fast?" I hadn't even finished reading it. "Are we even still friends?" "I think becoming a beast tamer boosted my IQ," I lied smoothly. "Didn't it happen to you?" Yongfan fell into a deep, silent contemplation. I couldn't exactly tell him I was a transmigrator from another world. I spotted a familiar face across the cafeteria and waved. "Wu Chong, there's a seat here." Wu Chong walked over reluctantly, carrying his tray. He looked a bit awkward. "I couldn't beat Xiong Chu, so I'm still in class too. I heard you're the class monitor now. We were in the same middle school, so I figured I'd stick with a familiar face." "I get it," I said. "Hey, did you practice last night? How much of your spirit stone did you use?" "About 1/15, Wu Chong replied. I asked some upperclassmen. A low-grade stone usually lasts about 15 days. Once you hit rank 5, it lasts maybe 10. My heart sank. A 15-day supply lasted me a single night. I felt like I was wearing a mask of pure pain. "What do you do for the rest of the month when it runs out?" "The class monitor and the instructors have reward quotas," Wu Chong explained. "It depends on your performance. If your family is rich, you can buy them from the school. I heard big cities have tamer houses that sell everything from stones to pet eggs. Our small city is just too inconvenient." While we talked, Yongfan went back for seconds, then thirds. Wu Chong watched in shock as Yongfan stuffed himself until he was slumped in his chair, rubbing his stomach. "He's in a bad mood," I explained for him. He's turning his grief into calories. In the afternoon, during basic spirit beast science, I did a total 180. I sat bolt upright, eyes glued to teacher Fong Pingping. I nodded at every point he made. When he asked a question, my hand shot up so fast my butt left the seat. I acted so eager that it would have felt like a crime for him not to call on me. Fong Pingping had been teaching for over a decade. He looked at me with pure admiration. To him, I was the star student, the first to reach rank 2, with the best attitude he'd ever seen. He was already thinking about giving me a reward. Life is just a play, I thought. Success depends on your acting skills. After class, I hurried to the podium. Teacher Fong, that was incredible. You made everything so clear. Can I ask a quick question? Fong Pingping looked at me like a sect elder looking at a young genius. Of course. Ask away. Which rank 1 spirit beast has the highest talent potential, but is also the most common? He hummed thoughtfully. That's a bit of a contradiction. Usually, the higher the talent, the rarer the beast. But in terms of sheer numbers, you're looking at insects, scavengers, dogs, or cats. Take the moonlight wolf. They live in packs everywhere. A pack leader is usually rank 3, while the rest are rank 1 or 2. But if a moonlight wolf evolves into a moonmad wolf, it hits rank 5 talent. At that point, it leaves the pack to hunt alone. The problem is, you might not find one moonmad wolf in 1,000 moonlight wolves. The weak huddle together, the strong walk alone. That's deep, teacher, I flattered him. Is evolution that difficult? That's a second-year topic, but I'll give you the short version, he said, clearly enjoying my attention. In the wild, beasts need rare treasures and constant life-or-death combat to evolve. But tamers are constantly researching new paths. That's why you need to get into a top university. They have labs dedicated to mapping out evolution routes. Thank you, Teacher Fong. I learned so much today. No problem, he said, smiling. Li Tang, I'm having a small quiz next month. Make sure you're ready. I'll be first in the class, sir, I promised with a respectful bow. As he left the room, Fong Pingping felt satisfied. Polite, hardworking, and fast-growing. Even if my insight talent was labeled F rank, it functioned like a B rank. Back at the desks, Yang Fan's jaw was on the floor. Was this the same Li Tang he grew up with? The troublemaker? The average student who just did enough to get by? Man, you've changed, Yang Fan whispered. Kiss up. Qin Rue, the vice monitor, muttered with a look of pure disdain. At the front of the room, Yun Ziyuan stared at me. Her gaze was sharp and determined, as if she had found a new goal. Then, her face flushed red, and she buried her head in her arms on the desk. Later, in the faculty office, Zhou Shumi listened to 3 different teachers praise me. She couldn't help but smirk. I was resilient, sure, but she remembered the real me. On the first day of high school, I was the one leading the class and whistling at girls. During military training, I was the one demanding breaks and organizing talent shows to avoid work. I was a troublemaker who only behaved after she beat me up twice. She figured I was acting nice because I wanted something, but I already had 3 spirit stones. That should have been plenty. Suddenly, Sun Mingyuan walked over and pulled up a chair. Teacher Zhou, we need to talk about Li Tang. When he practices, he absorbs energy 10 times faster than the other students. Yesterday, the energy in the meditation room couldn't keep up with him. I had to swap in a mid-grade spirit stone just to keep the room stable. At this rate, he'll hit rank 3 in no time. The principal said we should support him if he's a top seed. 10 times. Zhou Shumi gasped. How is that even possible? I quickly realized why the teachers were so focused on me. They could detect our talent levels, but the specific power of a talent was a secret known only to the beast tamer. My high mental strength and energy affinity were clearly making waves. Potential is a good thing, Teacher Sun Mingyuan said. Teacher Zhou, you're a top graduate. You know what the world is like these days. Zhou Shumi cut him off with a sharp look. I was just an ordinary student. Geniuses are everywhere, but only the ones who survive to grow up actually matter. I'll keep an eye on him. By 6 in the evening, all 85 students in our class were seated in the Yuan Energy Room. Everyone, focus, Sun Mingyuan commanded. Sink your consciousness into your beast spaces. Run your cultivation techniques for 1 hour. Then we begin the lecture. I closed my eyes. Immediately, I felt hundreds of energy particles floating in my beast space. Training here was incredible. Back in the classroom, I could only scrape together 20 particles at a time. An hour passed. Inside my space, the second leaf on my beast tree had grown to match the size of the first. As they absorbed the energy, tiny, shimmering droplets began to form on the leaves. They grew larger and rounder until they looked like heavy beads of dew. These were force drops. I counted 22 of them. I had no idea how to use them yet. Stop your cultivation. Sun Mingyuan's gentle but deep voice echoed through the room. Open your eyes. He looked around the class. Some of you should have produced force drops by now. Those are the crystals on your beast tree. Normally, one leaf produces 1 drop per day. If you reach rank 2, you have 2 leaves and get 2 drops. He glanced at me. Li Tang is already rank 2, so he should have 2 drops today. But it varies. It depends on your effort and how much energy you can absorb. He didn't know I had 22. I kept my face blank. To use them, simply use your will to dissolve the force into your beast space. This will upgrade the space itself. However, you will hit bottlenecks. If your space stops absorbing force, you must strengthen your physical body instead. Move the force to your heart and let it merge with your blood. Don't try anything fancy yet. We'll cover body tempering after you contract your first spirit beasts. Sun Mingyuan paused. If any of you have active growth-type talents, you can choose to spend your force to power them. But I suggest you don't. Leveling up is your foundation. I looked at my 22 drops and smirked. I felt like a rich man in a room full of beggars. My second talent was basically a cheat code. I was truly the man destined to be the king of beast tamers. I pushed the first drop into my beast space. The space vibrated slightly, then went still. I pushed a second, a third, a 10th. By the 20th drop, the space was still just vibrating. My dream of hitting rank 3 in 2 days vanished instantly. I realized something. My second talent, the extra beast slots, was also drinking the force. Each slot took about 10% of whatever I gave the main space. I needed twice as much energy as everyone else to level up. My growth speed was 10 times faster than others, but because of my talent, it was now effectively only 5 times faster. I felt weak and frustrated. I needed more resources. I needed money. During the Q&A at the end of class, one student asked, "Teacher, can't the beast space just absorb energy directly? Converting it through the tree seems slow and inefficient." Sun Mingyuan nodded. Good question. The space does absorb energy automatically, but it's slow and full of impurities. The beast tree acts as a filter. It turns raw energy into pure force. This force carries your unique signature. It only works for you and your beasts. Is there such a thing as force without a signature? I asked, thinking of the possibilities. Yes, he replied. The highest grade spirit stones contain pure, signature-less force. Some legendary beasts or rare talents can produce it too, but it's incredibly rare. It's basically a way to level up other people. Class ended, and the students began to filter out. I lingered until I was the only one left. I walked up to Sun Mingyuan with a hopeful smile. "Teacher's son, can I sleep here in the Yuan energy room tonight?" "Get out," he barked. I headed back to the dorm, my mind racing. I still had 2 drops of force left on the very last leaf of my second beast tree. I wanted to experiment. My target? My best friend, Yang Fan. He was sitting on his bed, shoving an egg pancake into his mouth. I focused my mind. "In sight," I whispered. My eyes flashed. A screen of data appeared over Yang Fan's head. Name, Yang Fan. Age, 16. Rank, level 1. Talent, enhanced digestion. Spirit beasts, none. Height, 186 centimeters. Wait, why did I see Teacher Zhou's measurements earlier, but for Yang Fan, I just got his height? I realized the last data row was random. Also, he'd grown taller again. Using insight cost me about 1/5 of a force drop. Unlike Teacher Zhou, who had sensed my gaze immediately, Yang Fan didn't notice a thing. He finished his pancake, licked the crumbs from the bag, and then licked his fingers. He looked up and saw me staring. "Brother Tang? What's up? Why are you looking at me like that?" "You're looking at me kind of weird, Brother Tang," Yang Fan said, wiping crumbs from his face. "It's a little scary." I shook off the intensity of my gaze and leaned in. "Did your seed sprout today?" He nodded, looking a bit dejected. Just now, but I haven't been able to condense any force yet. I guess my talent is just too average. He was being honest. Over the last 2 days, his cultivation speed had been sluggish, and I could tell he was starting to doubt himself. Don't think like that, I said, trying to cheer him up. Your talent is a percentage-based increase. That means the stronger you get, the more powerful it becomes. You're a late-game player. I paused, thinking about his specific ability. Actually, I think the problem is your diet. Eating normal food is too limiting for someone with enhanced digestion. Young Fan looked confused. Then what am I supposed to eat? Do you want to try nibbling on a spirit stone? I suggested. Just a tiny bit, to see if you can digest it. His eyes went wide. That's literally a rock, Tang. Look, I'm not 100% sure, I admitted. The teachers always say we have to explore our own talents. It might be a bad idea, but if you just try a tiny bit of powder, it shouldn't hurt you. Yang Fan hesitated for a second, then his face hardened with resolve. Okay. Let's do it. We didn't waste any time. Yang Fan pulled out a low-grade spirit stone, and we used the heavy leg of a wooden desk to smash it. The stone shattered into dozens of tiny fragments. We picked out the finest dust and powder. Yang Fan looked nervous. He used a spoon to grind the powder even finer, making sure there were no sharp edges. With a cup of water in one hand and the powder in the other, he gritted his teeth and swallowed it down. Quick, start meditating. I urged. Try to activate your talent and see if you can break it down. He sat cross-legged on his bed and closed his eyes. I watched him anxiously, wondering if I had just poisoned my best friend. Minutes ticked by in silence. Suddenly, Yang Fan's eyes snapped open. He let out a shout of pure joy and lunged at me, trying to wrap me in a massive bear hug. He even looked like he was going to try and kiss me. Whoa, relax, I shouted, putting a hand on his forehead to keep his face away. Tell me what happened. He let go, grinning ear to ear. It worked. Part of the spirit stone was absorbed through my cultivation, but the rest was broken down by my digestion and fed back into my system. And get this, my first leaf just grew. I'll be able to condense force by tomorrow. I felt a wave of relief. See, your efficiency is going to be way higher than everyone else's. You're a genius in your own way. Hee, this is our little secret, he whispered. I won't tell anyone. Good. Neither will I. That night, I sat on my bed reflecting on what I'd learned. My insight talent didn't cost much force, and as long as I used it on people who weren't stronger than me, they wouldn't notice. But my second talent, synthesis evolution, was the real game changer. Calling it S-rank was an understatement. It was likely an unprecedented SSS rank ability. Not only did it give me a second beast tree to speed up my cultivation, but it produced pure, signature-less force. Most importantly, it would eventually allow me to combine 3 beasts into one, forcing an evolution. That was a god-tier skill any beast tamer would kill for. Brother Tang, Yang Fan interrupted my thoughts. Are you running low on spirit stones? Yeah, I admitted. I absorbed them pretty fast. It's fine, though. I'll earn more through school rewards. Wait here. Yang Fan ran back to his room and returned a moment later with his wallet. He pulled out 5,000 yuan and shoved it into my hand. Take it, he said firmly. I frowned, trying to push the money back. What are you doing? We've been friends since we were kids. I don't want your money. Don't be like that, Yang Fan said, his voice turning serious. You treated me like a brother and helped me figure out my talent. I won't let you fall behind because you're short on resources. He took a deep breath. You know, my dad left his government job to start a business. He's successful, but he's always been frustrated because he isn't a beast tamer. He has to pay a rank 3 tamer a huge chunk of his profits just to use their name for his licenses. When I awakened my talent, he got drunk out of happiness. The next morning, he gave me a card with 1,000,000 yuan on it. He told me he couldn't help me with cultivation, so he'd just give me money. Yang Fan looked me in the eye. I know I'm not a genius. I'll probably just end up at a mediocre university. But you? Since you awakened, you've changed. You're going to go far, Tang. This money is nothing compared to what your advice meant to me today. Take it. I felt a lump in my throat. In my past life, I was an orphan who kept everyone at a distance. Even after merging with the memories of this worldly Tang, I had still been holding a part of myself back. But looking at Yang Fan, I realized I truly had a brother who would do anything for me. Wait, you said there's $1 million in that card? I asked, trying to break the heavy mood. Yeah, he grinned. Then why are you only giving me 5,000? And why did you wait until now to give me Godfather's money? Yang Fan laughed, realizing I was teasing him. My bad, big brother. Fine, I'll take it, I said, tucking the cash into my pocket. I'll pay you back when I'm rich. I spent the rest of the night cultivating until 1 a.m. When my mind finally couldn't take any more, I fell asleep with a half-used spirit stone in my hand. A month passed in a flash. High school life was grueling but disciplined. I became a total grind king, spending every waking moment pushing my limits. On the night before our first 2-day break, I finally broke through to level 5. My beast space had expanded significantly, reaching over 100 cubic meters. My beast tree had grown taller, boasting 5 lush, green leaves. During that month, I had also experimented with using force to strengthen my physical body. When I channeled the energy into my heart and let it flow through my blood, the sensation was incredible. I didn't get winded during morning runs anymore. My stance training lasted longer, and I could take a hit without flinching. I was careful not to overdo it, though, only using 1 drop of force per week for my body. The rest of the class wasn't standing still either. All 85 students had reached at least level 2. The class monitor from class 1 had even hit level 4 a few days ago. People said her talent was energy affinity. But as I packed my bags for the weekend, I knew I was still ahead of the pack. The real journey was just beginning. The class monitor from class 1 wasn't just talented, she had a top-tier energy affinity. It didn't just boost her cultivation speed. It made her compatible with almost any energy type, which was a massive advantage in combat. She was the star, but the rest of the grade was catching up. 33 students had already hit level 3, with class 1 leading the pack with 20 of them. I couldn't just sit back. I needed resources, and that meant money. I ended up borrowing 30,000 yuan from Yang Fan. He didn't even blink before handing it over. I had to admit, seeing a guy drop cash that easily was actually pretty cool. With the money burning a hole in my pocket, I nervously approached Zhou Shumi. I managed to trade the cash for 3 low-grade spirit stones. I expected a lecture or a million questions, but she didn't even look at me. She just handed over the stones and told me to get lost. Over that month, I spent money like water. Between my monthly allowance as class monitor for September and October, my level-up rewards, and the stones I bought, I had burned through 10 spirit stones. By the time the weekend break rolled around, I only had 2 left, one from a class quiz and one I hadn't claimed yet for hitting level 5. My rapid progress made me the center of attention. People had been curious why I sat in class with my eyes closed every morning. I'd told Yang Fan that visualizing my beast space, while not as good as full cultivation, still gave a boost to leveling speed. Soon, Yang Fan started doing it too, popping a little energy powder before closing his eyes. When the rest of the class saw both of us doing it, they assumed they'd found my secret. Everyone started copying us. Some were skeptical at first, but once Yang Fan hit level 3 and started acting all mysterious about our little secret, the trend exploded. The next morning, when the academic teacher walked in, the room was eerily silent. Everyone was sitting bolt upright with their eyes shut. No whispering, no sleeping, no eye contact. It was the weirdest vibe ever. The teacher was just a lonely voice talking to a room of statues. Some kids even started full-on cultivating. When the teacher called on them, they didn't even bother to stand up. The academic teachers were furious. They knew yelling wouldn't work on us, so they complained to Zhou Shumi. She didn't scold us. Instead, she gave them a better idea. The next day, the teacher hit us with a pop quiz. The announcement was simple. Fail the test, and your spirit stone allowance gets canceled. Zhou Shumi had already signed off on it. The classroom erupted in groans. I didn't care. I finished the test in 15 minutes and went right back to my visualization. I was the king of the grind, and I wasn't wasting a single minute. While the others struggled with their papers, they glared at me, teeth gnashing in frustration. A lot of people lost their stones that day, including Yang Fan. It effectively killed the eyes closed trend for most, and the classroom went back to normal. As class monitor, I had to play the part. I told everyone that while visualization helped, they couldn't neglect their studies. I told them to look at me as a role model, to not only chase my level, but also my grades. I sounded like a total hypocrite. I was the one cultivating during history and buttering up the combat instructors. But hey, if you can't outgrind me, that's not my problem. Of course, some kids didn't care about losing one spirit stone. When you have 1,000,000 yuan in the bank, you only care about speed. In our professional combat classes, the teachers loved me. I was humble, polite, hardworking, and fast. Everyone loved me, except Sun Mingyuan. Actually, he was starting to get annoyed. The reason? I was a black hole for spirit stones. He'd already had to file 3 reports to logistics and explain himself to the principal twice because of how much energy I was consuming. If I hadn't been leveling up so fast, he wouldn't have been able to justify it. During the last class before the break, Sun Mingyuan watched us cultivate with a restless look. At 9:30 p.m., he told anyone who lived far away they could head out early. The room emptied in seconds. Everyone was homesick after a month of lockdown. By 10 p.m., only me, Yang Fan, Wu Chang, and a few others were still there. Sun Mingyuan finally snapped. "That's enough, you lot." His usually refined face was twitching. "It's a holiday tomorrow. Get out of here." "Yes, teacher Sun. Goodbye." The others scrambled out, terrified of his dark expression. I lingered behind, feeling a bit awkward. "Teacher." "What now, kid? Stuck on a technique?" "No, I hit level 5. I'm here for my reward stone." He stared at me, then reached out to sense my aura. His eyes widened. Without a word, he fished a low-grade spirit stone out of his pocket and tossed it to me. "Thanks, teacher." I bolted out the door. Behind me, I heard him muttering to himself. How long did it take me to hit level 5? Nearly 3 months? I need to check the school record. At the school gate, Yang Fan was waiting for me. "Tang, is there really a point in us lingering in the energy room every day until the teacher kicks us out? He's getting pretty annoyed." "Of course there's a point," I said, doing the math in my head. The energy density in there is 5 times higher than outside. Staying 5 extra minutes is like getting 25 minutes of normal cultivation. Over a month, that's 2.5 hours. Over a year, that's 30 hours of extra progress over everyone else. Every second counts. Yang Fan thought about it for a second. "Wait a minute. We have a fixed amount of time we can meditate anyway before we get exhausted. Staying in the energy room doesn't give us more time. It just means we're using the school's energy instead of our own spirit stones." I grinned. "All right, you caught me. I'm just freeloading off the school." A luxury car pulled up to the curb. A middle-aged man stepped out. He was slightly stout with a sharp haircut and a practiced, calm smile. "Dad," Yang Fan shouted. "Uncle Yang," I added, greeting him. It had been 2 years, but I recognized Yang Weidong immediately. His eyes lit up when he saw his son. He walked over, looking like he wanted to give Yang Fan a hug, but seeing that the boy was now half a head taller than him, he settled for a proud pat on the shoulder. "Xiao Fan, you've grown in just a month." He turned to me, his smile widening. "And this must be Xiaodang. I haven't seen you since 8th grade when I had to come in for that talk with the principal." I rubbed the back of my neck. "Yeah, that was us." He laughed heartily. "You two were little troublemakers back then. Yang Fan told me you awakened too. Is it true? You two need to train hard together," Uncle Yang said, his voice dropping into that serious tone parents always use. "Go out and see the world. Don't be like us, stuck in this tiny city for the rest of your lives." He put one arm around me and the other around Yang Fan, ushering us into the back seat of his car. It was plush and smelled like expensive leather. "Get in. I'll drop you off at your complex, Li Tang." My place was close to the school. Yang Fan started bragging to his dad about reaching level 3, but he didn't even finish his sentence before we pulled up to my front door. "Tell your dad I said hello," Uncle Yang called out as I hopped out. "Tell him I'll stop by for a drink in a few days." "Will do, Uncle," I replied. I pulled out my keys, but before I could even touch the lock, the door swung open. My mom, Wang Na, stood there with a massive smile. "My son is home. Come in, come in." She looked behind me toward the stairs. "Your sister went down to find you. She must have timed it wrong and missed you." She turned back into the house and shouted, "Old Li, call Yuan Yuan. Her brother is back." Mom grabbed my shoulders, looking me up and down until her eyes crinkled into slits. I hadn't been away from home this long since I was a kid. "School must be exhausting, right? You look thinner. You must be starving. I saved some food for you. She dragged me straight to the dining table. My dad, Li Shanpao, walked out of his room with his phone in hand and sat down with us. I felt a bit overwhelmed by the sudden warmth, but a genuine smile crept onto my face. This was home. Mom, Dad, you guys should eat too, I said. I ate at school, but I can have a bit more. I didn't want her to worry, so I added, don't stress about me. I'm a beast tamer student now. The school food is special, lots of beast meat and spirit herbs. It's healthy, though it doesn't taste half as good as your cooking. I looked over at my dad. By the way, Yang Fan's dad dropped me off. He said he'll come by for drinks soon. Dad looked surprised. Old Yang? I'll give him a call tomorrow. That guy was always smart. He quit his stable job to start a business, and I heard he's doing pretty well for himself these days. Just then, the front door burst open. Before she even cleared the entryway, Li Yuan's high-pitched voice echoed through the apartment. Brother, where were you? I almost walked all the way to your school. She ran into the kitchen, looking a bit breathless. I'm telling you guys, there are patrol cars everywhere outside. One of them actually used a megaphone to tell me to get home and stop wandering around. Scared the life out of me. My dad's expression shifted. He was part of the patrol force, and he knew that wasn't normal. I need to make a call, he muttered, heading back into his room. Yuan immediately scooted next to me, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. So what level are you? Did you contract a spirit beast yet? Let me see it. I've never seen a real one up close. I reached out and pinched her cheek, grinning. I'm only level 5. I need to hit level 10 before I can form a contract. She slapped my hand away with a look of pure disgust. Only level 5? Wow, brother. You're so weak. Watch your mouth. I joked, reaching for her cheek again. I'm the class monitor and the fastest cultivator in my grade. I'm a big deal, okay? She dodged my hand nimbly. I don't believe a word of that. I bet you're at the bottom of the class and just making stuff up. Yuan, don't talk to your brother like that. Mom scolded. Dad walked back into the room, his face grim. There's a fugitive on the loose in the city. He's a beast tamer. They don't think he's incredibly powerful, but you two stay inside for the next couple of days. Especially at night. He looked at Mom. I'm going to have to work overtime for a while. It's fine, Mom said softly. Just stay safe. She checked the clock. It's 11:30. Everyone to bed. Yuan, no hiding under the covers with your phone. You won't grow if you stay up late. I finished my nightly cultivation and collapsed onto my bed. My room at home was smaller than the one at school, and the bed wasn't nearly as soft, but it felt incredibly warm. This was the feeling of home. Before I transmigrated, I heard people complain about their families all the time. But usually, that's just an excuse for the weak. What I had here, what I used to take for granted, was something others would kill for. I looked at the ceiling and made a silent vow. I would protect my parents. I would protect my sister. I would protect this home. Saturday morning rolled around. Brother, take me shopping. Please. I didn't even look up from the TV. Is your homework done? We'll only be gone for a little bit. I just want to buy some sneakers. Is your homework done? It's only Saturday. I have all day tomorrow. So, is your homework done? Dad was at work and Mom was running errands. I sat on the sofa with my eyes closed, pretending to watch TV while I meditated. Yuan had been pestering me since 9 in the morning. She didn't want to go alone because she knew I'd tell on her. She didn't have enough money, and she was scared of the bad guys Dad mentioned. By 2 in the afternoon, she finally slammed her notebook down in front of me. I wasn't annoyed. I opened it up and started checking. You got 4 math problems wrong, I said, pointing at the page. The last one was blank, so I drew a helper line for you. Try it again. And your essay about Dad? You should change it before he sees it. You spelled his name wrong, and you wrote that his catchphrase is, I'm a mountain cannon. That's literally his name, not a catchphrase. By 3 o'clock, we were finally out the door. As we hopped on the bus, I gave her a stern look. We have to be back by 5:30. You're going to get scolded either way, but if we're on time, the lecture will be shorter. Why am I definitely getting in trouble? She asked, pouting. Unless you don't buy those shoes. You think you can hide a new pair of sneakers in that house? She sighed. Fine. You've changed, brother. You used to be the one dragging me out to play. Now you're like a second mom. It's called growing up. I said, poking her side. You're still a brat. Ow. Stop it. We reached the city center and headed for the Heo Yunlai department store, the biggest mall in Heian. Brother, I saw these 722 brand sneakers. They're about 400 yuan. I saved up 150. Can you supplement the rest? I frowned. Our family wasn't rich, but we weren't struggling that much. Did Mom say no? Of course she did. She bought me those gray ones last month. They're uncomfortable, and my classmates laughed at them for being ugly. I just want one pair I actually like. I see, I said, turning around as if to leave. Since Mom said no, let's head back. No, wait, she cried, grabbing my arm. You wouldn't let your dear sister walk around in ugly shoes, would you? I laughed. I'm kidding. The school gives me a monthly stipend now. I'll buy you a good pair. Pick whatever you want. Your brother is rich. I still had about 5,000 yuan left from the money I got from Yang Fan after buying my spirit stones. It was more than enough. I followed her through several shops as she tried on different pairs. I saw her linger at a pair of expensive double-hook brand shoes, but she reluctantly put them back and headed toward the cheaper 722 store. I stopped her and pointed at the double-hook pair. Wrap those up, I told the clerk. Brother, those are 1,200 yuan, she whispered, eyes wide. Only the best for my sister's short legs, I teased. She rolled her eyes, but she was beaming as I paid. We walked out of the store, Yuan literally skipping beside me with the shopping bag. As we passed a fried chicken stall on the first floor, the smell was too good to ignore. We joined the back of the line to grab a snack for the road. Suddenly, I felt a ripple in the air. The energy density around me spiked for a split second. A wave of spirit energy passed right behind me and continued moving away. I turned my head, searching for the source. My eyes landed on a man walking briskly through the crowd, looking like he was in a desperate hurry. The man wore a gray windbreaker, his backpack strapped tightly across his chest instead of his back. In sight, I whispered in my mind. Name, Yanhua. Age, 26. Level, Rank 2, Level 9. Talent, Weapon Enhancement. Spirit Beasts, 2. Identity, Member of the Tianyi sect. Fugitive. The moment the stats flashed in my vision, I jerked my eyes away. I didn't want him to feel my gaze. I quickly turned to Yuan and asked her if there was anything else she wanted to buy, trying to look as casual as possible. Holy crap, I just stumbled into a major secret. They say trouble follows the protagonist everywhere, and today, that was me. My heart was hammering against my ribs. A rank 2 beast tamer? What was I supposed to do? Yanhua stopped. He felt someone watching him. He spun around, eyes scanning the crowd like a predator. People were laughing, shopping, and lining up for fried chicken. To him, everything looked normal. He pushed out his mental energy, searching. His focus landed on me, a kid waiting for fried chicken. A level 5 beast tamer. Just a student. He looked away. Maybe the spirit egg in his bag was about to hatch, and the energy leak had caught the kid's attention. He couldn't afford a scene. He needed to move the spirit egg now. He picked up his pace and headed for the mall exit. From the corner of my eye, I saw him leave. My muscles were coiled tight, ready to bolt if he made a move. Only when he disappeared through the doors did I finally breathe. I couldn't just let him go. An opportunity like this belonged to my people. I pulled out my phone and dialed my father, Li Shampao. Dad, I whispered. I found that fugitive you mentioned. Yanhua. He's at Heo Yunlai department store. He's heading out through Gate 4, toward Jinbei Road. Can you track him from a distance? The voice that answered wasn't my father's. It was Captain Wang. Captain Wang, my son is just a kid. I heard my father yelling angrily in the background. Your son is a beast tamer, Li. He's not a kid anymore. Wang snapped back. Then his voice became clear and sharp. Student Li, are you sure it's Yanhua? I'm sure. Listen to me. Keep a safe distance of at least 30 meters. Just follow him. We'll be there in 5 minutes. If this works, I'll apply for a reward for you. No less than 300,000 yuan. 300,000. My jaw nearly dropped. Deal. I regretted it the second I said it, but Captain Wang didn't give me a chance to back out. Don't hang up. Stay on the line. I turned to my sister. Yuan, stay right here. I'm going to go buy some oranges. Don't move. She rolled her eyes. I'm standing right next to you, idiot. I heard everything. Her face paled with worry. Brother, he's a fugitive. A beast tamer. Let's just go home. I'll stay far back. It's fine. Wait for me here. I took off, tailing Yanhua. Through the phone, I could still hear my father roaring. Li Tang, you have your sister with you. How dare you chase a criminal? Go home right now. Wang Daoyue, I'm reporting you to the chief. He's just observing Li. There's no danger, Wang replied calmly. Student Li, can you still see him? Yes. 60 meters ahead. He's leaving the mall. I sped up, following him out onto Jinbei Road. He was heading south. He just turned into the Yunshi office building, I reported. I don't dare follow him inside. Understood. It's an office block. Wait 20 seconds, then go in. See if he takes the elevator or goes to the basement. Wang Daoyue. My dad's voice was still screaming in the background. Split up, Wang commanded. Team 1, follow old Zhou and seal the garage. Team 2, with me. Front entrance. I counted to 20 and slipped into the lobby. There were 6 elevators. 2 were moving. 2 elevators are active, I whispered. Number 1 stopped at B1. Number 4 reached the 10th floor and is still going up. Copy that. Your job is done. The words had barely left his mouth when a dozen fully armed patrol officers stormed the building with shields. They locked down the stairs while others began evacuating the lobby. A man in his 20s with a cold, arrogant expression walked in, waved at me, and hung up the phone. He tossed the device to my father, who followed close behind in full uniform, his face as grim as a tombstone. Elevator stopped at the 33rd floor. The roof, Wang Daoyue noted. He began barking orders. Shut down all elevators except number 3. Team 1, take the stairs. Shoot any person or beast on sight. Team 2, with me in the elevator. Li, you stay here and guard the lobby. The teams moved with lethal efficiency. My dad stood by the elevator, hand on his gun, eyes fixed on the display. He caught me staring. Li Tang, what are you still doing here? He roared, making me jump. I'll deal with you when I get home. Get lost. I didn't wait for a second warning. I bolted out of the building, but at the door, I turned back and yelled, Dad, stay safe. I hurried back to the mall to find Yuan. I figured they had it handled. Wang Daoyue was a beast tamer, probably as strong as my instructor, Zhou Shumi. My dad was safe enough on the ground floor. When I found Yuan, she was crouching near the fried chicken stall, sobbing while stuffing a drumstick into her mouth. People were staring, but her aggressive eating kept them at a distance. It was both heartbreaking and hilarious. Hey, little fatty, why the tears? Brother, you're okay, she cried, jumping up. She was juggling her new shoes, a bag of chicken, and a half-eaten leg. I was so scared. If something happened to you, Mom would kill me. I laughed and took the bags from her, handing her a tissue. After she washed her face, we headed to the bus stop. She was happy about her shoes, and I was happy about the 300,000 yuan I'd just earned in 10 minutes. Look, someone's in the sky, a bystander shouted. Everyone looked up. I saw a figure clinging to a large blue bird, plummeting toward the earth. The bird's wings were spread wide, struggling to catch the air, but the man was too heavy. They were falling fast. I didn't hesitate. Insight. Species, soldier wing sparrow. Level, rank 2, level 6. Status, heavily injured, ***. It was a metal-type beast. I realized instantly who it was. Yanhua, I hissed. I grabbed Yuan and ducked into a nearby sports equipment store. Outside, the bird and the man slammed into the pavement. The sparrow dissolved into a streak of light, retreating into Yanhua's body. He struggled to his feet, clutching his backpack to his chest, his eyes wild as he looked for an escape. My vision was sharp. It was him, and he was headed right toward us. Yanhua was hard to recognize. Half of his face was swollen so badly his eye had vanished into a slit of purple flesh. His clothes were soaked in dark, fresh blood near his stomach. He was badly hurt, but he was moving with the desperate speed of a cornered animal. He lunged toward a private car parked at the curb, grabbing for the door handle. It didn't budge. The driver wasn't an idiot. Seeing a blood-covered man charging at them, they'd clicked the locks instantly. Yanhua's face twisted with rage. He raised a fist and slammed it into the side window. Bang! The glass spiderwebbed. Bang! It shattered completely. Yanhua reached inside, grabbing the driver by the collar to drag him out through the broken window. But the driver was buckled in. The seatbelt held firm. "Open the door. Open it, or I'll kill you," Manhwa screamed. The driver, shaking uncontrollably, hit the unlock button. Manhwa let go of the front door and moved toward the back, ready to dive in. Crack. Manhwa's head jerked violently to the side. His entire body followed the momentum, slamming hard onto the pavement next to the car. It was me. My hands were shaking, a mix of pure terror and cold adrenaline surging through my veins. I was holding a baseball bat I'd just grabbed from the store, and the wood was already stained with blood. I didn't give him a second to breathe. I stepped forward, raised the bat with both hands, and swung again at his head. I was only level 5. In terms of raw strength, I was nothing compared to a high-level fugitive like Manhwa. But he was already half dead from the fall. My hits kept him dazed, his skull ringing, preventing him from scrambling up. He tucked into a ball, one hand protecting his head and the other clutching his backpack like it was his own soul. I didn't stop. I moved around him, looking for gaps in his guard. Every time he moved his hand, I swung at the opening. I knew if I gave him even a moment to recover, I was dead. Blood began to pool on the asphalt. The crowd on the street had backed away, forming a wide circle of silence. The only sounds were the dull thud of wood hitting flesh and my own ragged, heavy gasps for air. Back at the sports store, my sister Yuan stood frozen, her mouth hanging open. She'd seen me run into the shop, toss a stack of cash at the clerk, grab the bat, and sprint back out. I had noticed Manhwa's left eye was swollen shut, creating a massive blind spot. I'd crept up from his left rear, staying low, waiting for the perfect moment. When he was distracted with the driver, I'd put every ounce of my weight into that first swing. Now, Yuan could only watch as the bat rose and fell in my hands. To her, it looked like I was committing a murder. Suddenly, a hand caught the bat midair. "Stop. One more hit, and he's dead," a voice said. I spun around, chest heaving. It was Wang Duyue. The tension snapped out of me instantly. My legs turned to jelly, and I slid down right there on the pavement. Seeing the blood flowing toward me, I felt a wave of nausea and scrambled back a few feet. "Good kid," another man said, walking up. He looked familiar. It was the son of Captain Lee. "You've got some steel in you." Wang Duyue flipped the unconscious Manhwa over and unzipped the backpack. Inside were the spirit beast eggs. "The goods are all here," he confirmed. He cuffed Manhwa's hands and neck, then looked at me with a grin. "You helped me and old Joe out big time today. There's a 50,000 yuan reward and a brave citizen commendation coming your way. I'll have it sent to your school on Monday." "Thanks, Captain Wang," I muttered. "You earned it. Don't be modest." I glanced over at Captain Lee, who was standing off to the side, silent and avoiding my gaze. It felt strange, but I didn't have time to dwell on it. The patrol cars arrived, and officers hauled Manhwa away. I kept my head down, trying to shrink into the crowd before anyone else noticed me. "Li Tang, why are you still here?" The voice of my father, Li Shampao, thundered in my ear. He was gritting his teeth in a way that promised a very long night. "I'm leaving. Going now." I bolted back into the sports store. I reached out and physically closed Yuan's gaping mouth, then set the bloody bat on the counter. "Boss," I said to the clerk, "can I get a refund?" 7-day no questions asked policy. "It's totally deformed," the boss said, looking at the dented wood. "Clearly a quality issue. I'll give you your money back." He handed me the cash I'd thrown earlier and gave me a huge thumbs up. "Nice work, kid. You're a hero." An hour later, I realized that every ounce of courage has a price. Asterisk whack. 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 Asterisk. "Dad, stop. I'm fine, aren't I?" Whack. I made sure it was safe before I jumped in. "I promise." Whack. "I won't do it again. I swear." In our living room, my dad was chasing me with a feather duster while my mom, Wang Na, stood by the side, gasping for air and clutching a slipper. "Dad, stop hitting him." Yuan sobbed from the corner. He told me later that if he hadn't jumped in, the fugitive might have come for me. My dad paused, his chest heaving. He sighed and lowered the duster. "Smack, ow? Mom, I didn't even do anything. Why are you hitting me?" Yuan wailed. My mom lowered her slipper, glaring at my sister. "If you didn't insist on buying shoes, none of this would have happened. And when your brother ran out of that store, why didn't you stop him? If anything happened to either of you, how do you expect us to keep living? It was 10:30 at night by the time I finally crawled into my room, my body aching from the mixed doubles beating my parents had delivered. I sighed, but a smile spread across my face. It hurt, but being cared for like this, it felt good. I sat cross-legged on my bed. Earlier, when we'd first walked in at 5:40, Mom had already been furious about us being out late with the news of a fugitive on the loose. We tried to hide the truth, blaming the red spots on my shirt on tomato sauce from the fried chicken. We thought we were in the clear after an hour of standard lecturing. Then the door had creaked open. Dad had walked in, seen me, and immediately reached for the duster without even taking off his shoes. Mom had tried to stop him at first, saying she'd already scolded us, but then Dad whispered what had actually happened at the mall. Mom had gone nuclear. Dad chased me. Mom chased Yuan. Having two kids really was convenient for them, one for each parent to beat. I shook my head, pushing the memory aside, and closed my eyes to begin my meditation. I was exhausted, but I was 50,000 yuan richer, and I was alive. That was enough for one day. Sunday arrived, and my sister and I spent the whole day in silence. We tried to make it up to Mom by doing extra chores and begging her not to be angry anymore. By evening, she had finally calmed down, but the atmosphere at the dinner table was still heavy. My dad, Li Xiaopao, sat there with a dark, brooding face. None of us dared to speak. After dinner, it was time for me to head back to school. I gave Yuan a look that said, "Good luck surviving alone," and headed for the door. "Li Tang, wait," my dad called out. He pulled a card from his pocket and held it out to me. "There's 150,000 yuan in here. It's not much, but use it for now. Your mother and I have some fixed deposits. We'll give you the rest when they mature." "Dad, I don't need this," I said, waving my hands. "The school gives me a subsidy." He snorted. "Your Uncle Yang called me. The free resources at school aren't nearly enough for real cultivation. If the family helps out, you'll grow faster. You need to get into a good beast-taming university later." "But I'm different from Yang Fan," I argued. "I'm the class monitor, so I get extra resources. Plus, I already have that 50,000 from the reward." At the mention of that 50,000, my dad's face darkened even more. "That money is what you earned. This card is from your parents. Take it." I took the card. It felt light in my hand, but the weight of his love was heavy. My eyes stung. "Dad, I'll work hard. I'll get into the best university there is." "Now get out of here and go to school," he grunted. Monday morning arrived. I was sitting through a boring Chinese literature class when the door swung open. Zhou Shumi stood there, looking sharp and intimidating. "Li Tang out. Now," she barked. I followed her into the hallway, feeling like a kid sent to the principal's office. She glanced back at me with a smirk. "You've had a busy couple of days, haven't you?" "Teacher," I asked, playing dumb. "The commendation orders already reached the school," she said. "The inspection team is here. Come with me." "It was an accident," I muttered. "As your student, I couldn't just let a criminal walk away. I had to step up." "At least you've got some spine," she noted, her voice carrying a hint of pride. We entered the principal's office. Principal Wei was chatting with 3 strangers. When he saw us, he stood up with a massive grin. "Ah, our little hero is here. It's all thanks to the school's cultivation and my teacher's guidance," I said, flashing a polite smile. Principal Wei's smile widened. "You certainly know how to talk." One of the men, a middle-aged leader from the group, stepped forward and began an official announcement. On the afternoon of October 11th, Li Tang, a student of First High, discovered the tracks of a fugitive and provided crucial leads. He assisted in the subsequent capture with great bravery. The inspection team officially commends Li Tang for his courage. We hereby award him this certificate and a reward of 500,000 yuan. He handed me a certificate and a bank card. I took them with both hands, my heart racing. Principal Wei started the introductions. The man who spoke was Director Chun of the Inspection Bureau. Beside him were Captain Wang Deyue and a specialist sent for support named Zhou Shudan. "A hero at such a young age," Director Chun praised. "Like father, like son. Li Xiaopao has a good boy." He clearly knew my dad. Suddenly, a voice broke the formal atmosphere. "Sister." I blinked, confused. Zhou Shudan, the specialist, was looking at Zhou Shumi with a sheepish expression. What are you doing in Heian City? Zhou Shumi asked, her eyes narrowing. A mission, he stammered. I took a mission from my university. Zhou Shumi turned to the rest of us, who were standing there with our mouths open. This is my useless younger brother. He studies at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. He must be here on a school assignment. Principal Wei laughed heartily. What a coincidence. He's Teacher Zhou's brother. Director Chen, Captain Wang, please join us for lunch. It's a perfect chance for the siblings to catch up. They started chatting about university admission policies. Zhou Shumi shot me a look. I knew that look. It meant, get lost. Leaders, Principal, Teacher Zhou. I'll head back to class now, I said quickly. Go on, kid, Director Chen waved. Keep up the good work. I'm waiting to hear the news of you getting into a top-tier school. As I walked away, I couldn't help but feel a bit salty. Wait, wasn't this my award ceremony? You guys get a fancy lunch while I have to go eat cafeteria rice. Tuesday afternoon came. During combat class, while the other students were practicing, Zhou Shumi pulled me aside. Tell me exactly how you caught that guy. Every detail. I thought it was a weird request, but I didn't dare argue. I explained everything, the lead, the chase, and how the guy jumped from the building. I also mentioned the beast egg he was carrying. I see, she said, nodding. At lunch yesterday, Wang Doyua mentioned he ran into 4 guys on the roof who slowed him down. That's why the fugitive had a chance to jump. Go back to your stance training. I'll have news for you tomorrow. What news? I asked. Scram. The next morning at 6:30, I gathered the class for our morning run. Qin Rue, you lead the run today. Zhou Shumi's voice boomed from behind us. Li Tang, come to my office. Also, starting today, the run is increased to 8 kilometers. Stance training goes from 30 minutes to 45. The class groaned, but I turned around with a big, fake smile. Teacher Zhou is right. 5 kilometers was getting too easy. We need the challenge. I ignored the death stares from my classmates and followed her like a loyal dog. Inside her office, she pointed to a chair. Sit. Do you want your payment in mid-grade origin stones or low-grade? Huh? What payment? I was lost. She sipped her tea. The government reward for leads is up to 300,000, and the capture is 500,000. You got that yesterday. But you're a beast tamer. There's a rule among us. Unless it's an official collective operation, the spoils of battle belong to the individual. She leaned forward. That fugitive had a beast egg and other stolen goods worth about 1.8 million yuan. I called my brother yesterday. He tried to claim you weren't a registered beast tamer yet, and then he tried to pass the buck to Captain Wang. So, I went down to the inspection bureau myself and talked some sense into Captain Wang. She smirked. He turned out to be very reasonable. They agreed to give you 800,000 yuan as your share of the spoils. 800,000. I nearly jumped out of my seat. Teacher Zhou, you're a legend. You're the best. She waved off my praise, looking annoyed. Wait, I said, realizing something. If I take this much, doesn't your brother get less? You're choosing your student over your own family? That's so noble. Noble? Please, she scoffed. He gets academic credits from his university, which are worth more to him anyway. Besides, he barely did anything. He was just there for backup. If I were him, I'd be too embarrassed to take a cent. He's been in the city for 3 days and didn't even come to visit me. He deserves to lose out. I realized then that the real reason she fought for my money was because she was mad at her brother. Regardless, I wasn't complaining. I'll take the mid-grade origin stones, I said, grinning. I asked for mid-grade origin stones, and the look on Zhou Shumi's face told me she was right on the edge of losing her temper. She stared at me like I was the biggest idiot she'd ever met. Teacher Zhou, don't be mad, I said quickly. What's the real difference between mid-grade and low-grade? How much are they actually worth? She took a deep breath, trying to control her emotions. Don't you read your textbooks? Didn't Sun Mingyuan teach you anything? A mid-grade stone has 10 times the total energy of a low-grade one. But more importantly, the energy is purer. You absorb it much faster. The school price is 150,000 yuan each. On the open market, you won't find them for less than 180,000. She leaned back, her eyes narrowing. Normally, you aren't even allowed to trade for mid-grade stones. The principal made a special exception for you. He gave you a quota of 10 stones. My advice? Take all 10. I didn't hesitate. I pulled 2 bank cards out of my pocket and slammed them on the desk. Teacher Zhou, I have 650,000 here. Plus the 800,000 you just got me. That's 1.45 million. I'm short 50,000, but I'll borrow it and get it to you today. And don't worry, I won't breathe a word about how you fought for my reward. She gave me a look that said I finally understood how the world worked. Forget the extra 50,000. 1.45 million is fine. I'll just write a note to the principal and explain it. She reached into her drawer, pulled out a small pouch, and tossed it to me. It clinked with a heavy, satisfying sound. Take them, she said. You're richer than I thought. I was actually going to let you have them for 1.3 million, but since you offered 1.45, I'll take it. I walked out of her office feeling a sharp pang in my chest over that lost 150,000 yuan. But then I shook it off. This whole windfall was thanks to her anyway. If the principal didn't approve the price gap, she'd likely cover the difference out of her own pocket. I started piecing things together. Wang Doyue was with the inspection bureau. He couldn't legally keep the fugitive's loot. He'd probably hidden my full contribution in his report to give the credit to Zhou Shudan instead. But Zhou Shumi knew her brother hadn't lifted a finger. She'd used that leverage to force them to pay me off. It was a calculated move. She got me my fair share and protected her brother from a corruption investigation at the same time. Fairness in this world was just a game of leverage. I didn't care. I was 800,000 yuan richer. As the saying goes, a horse doesn't get fat without extra grass, and a man doesn't get rich without a windfall. One walk down the street, and I'd netted over 1 million. Yanhua, I whispered to the memory of the fugitive. Thanks for the gift. At 6 o'clock that evening, the atmosphere in the Vitality Room was tense. Zhao Weigua, Zhou Shumi, and Sun Mingyuan were all standing at the front. No one dared to whisper. Sun Mingyuan stepped forward with a wide grin. We are here today to commend Li Tang from Class 2. On October 11th, Li Tang disregarded his own safety. Using his wit and courage, he helped the City Inspection Bureau capture a Rank 2 beast tamer fugitive. He protected our citizens. Let's give him a hand. Thunderous applause broke out. In this world, bravery earned respect. The guys in my class shouted my name, and I caught a few of the girls looking at me with literal stars in their eyes. Sun Mingyuan signaled for silence. The school has decided to reward Li Tang with 10 low-grade origin stones for his noble actions. Let him be an example to all of you. Learn from his heroism. Learn from his spirit. Even when he was at his weakest, he dared to draw his sword against a powerful enemy. He tossed me another small bag. I caught it with a grin. Back at the dorm, I spent the night telling Yang Fan the full story. I played up the details, how I spotted the fugitive's tracks, the psychological battle of wits, the climactic moment of the capture. I didn't lie, I just chose a very specific version of the truth. I didn't mention the 800,000 yuan, though. I trusted Yang Fan, but I knew he couldn't keep a secret to save his life. There's no point in being a hero if nobody knows about it. If you're going to be awesome, you might as well show off a little. By 11 p.m., I was sitting cross-legged on my bed, counting my loot. 10 mid-grade stones. 11.5 low-grade stones. Plus about 3,000 yuan in cash. This should be enough to get me to rank 1, I muttered. At rank 1, I could finally contract a spirit beast. That was when my golden spatula talent would truly shine. From now on, everything else was secondary to cultivation. I took out a mid-grade stone to test the speed. An hour later, I was floored. Expensive things really have no flaws other than their price. With a low-grade stone or the Vitality Room, my beast tree could absorb about 14 energy particles per minute. With the mid-grade stone, I hit 21 particles per minute. That was a 50% increase. It wasn't that the stone was hitting its limit. I was hitting mine. I literally couldn't absorb the energy any faster. The next 3 months passed in a blur of routine and sweat. The ordinary students went home for the winter break a week ago, but the Beast Tamer class stayed for final exams. It was a cold afternoon, and Class 2 was lined up in the combat hall. We were practicing the stake standing technique. Zhou Shumi barked orders, making us shift through 4 different stances, each focusing on a different part of our foundation. She paced between the rows, kicking legs and poking shoulders to check our stability. When she got to me, She delivered a sharp kick straight to my backside. I didn't budge. My feet felt like they were rooted into the concrete. My body tilted forward to absorb the impact, but my heels never lifted. I flowed back into position instantly. Not bad, Joshumi muttered, giving me a rare, slight nod. You've actually got some roots. Most of my classmates weren't so lucky. The hall was filled with the sounds of heavy thuds as student after student was kicked right off their feet. A simple nudge or a light kick from Joshumi was enough to send most people sprawling. She wasn't just hitting us, she was testing our centers of gravity, finding the exact moment our balance wavered to see if we actually knew how to use our strength. She moved down the line until she reached Yang Fan. She gave him a hard shove, but to my surprise, he didn't budge. He stood there like a stone. Oh, she muttered. Then she delivered a lightning-fast kick. Yang Fan went down hard, rolling across the floor twice before stopping. Yang Fan, what exactly did you learn this semester? She barked. I told you, the stake stance needs to be relaxed. You have to feel the power beneath your feet. Who told you to use dead strength to resist me? Yang Fan didn't dare utter a word. He just scrambled back up and got into position again. Next came the routine drills for the Hua long fist. One by one, we had to perform the set in front of her. When it was my turn, I stepped forward and bowed. I started with the lazy tying coat move, transitioned into the golden rooster stands on one leg, and flowed through the high scout on horseback all the way to the flag and drum stance. I powered through all 32 moves of the long fist in one breath. My movements whipped the air, creating audible whistles. I felt sharp. I felt powerful. When I finished, I bowed and prepared to step back. Wait, Joshumi called out, stopping me. I haven't let you guys spar much this semester because I wanted you to master the basics. Your stake standing is fine, but many of you have been slacking on the long fist. This style is the ancestor of 100 arts. It's basic, yes, but it's lethal in a real fight. There was once a senior who used nothing but this set to take on 30 opponents at once without losing a step. She looked me dead in the eye. Li Tang, attack me. Use the long fist techniques if you can. Here we go again. I hadn't even provoked her lately, but she was picking on me anyway. I knew I couldn't just start from the beginning of the form. That would be too predictable. I lunged. I started with move 21, the high 4-level stance. It was a stable opening, one hand guarding while the other fist chambered at my ribs. Joshumi didn't move. She just stood there, watching. I followed up immediately with move 23, the heart-piercing punch. My lead hand stayed up to block any counter as my rear fist drove straight for her solar plexus. Suddenly, she moved like a ghost. She performed a spitting kick, one hand guarding her head against a potential change in my attack, while the other hand swept down to deflect my punch. She planted her back foot in a firm bow and arrow stance and crowded into my space. I tried to pivot, using a sliding step to get to her flank, but my center of gravity was a split second too slow. She caught my shin with a kick, shattering my balance. Before I could recover, she used a scout on horseback move to seize my arm and elbow. With a sudden twist, she threw me. I hit the floor hard. Before I could breathe, she blurred forward and stomped down right toward my face. Boom. The floor vibrated. Her foot landed barely 10 centimeters from my head. The force was so massive I felt my body bounce off the floor twice. I scrambled backward on all fours, trembling. If that had connected, I'd be dead. Teacher Zhou, I panted, that last move wasn't long fist, was it? It was a Tai Chi move, she said casually. The way you fell was perfect for it, so I went with it. The terrifying combat exam finally ended. Joshumi stood before us for a final speech. Next semester, we start actual combat. If your forms still look like a mess, I'll make you regret it. You can't be expelled from the Beast Tamer class, but let me remind you, a Beast Tamer who slacks off will have a miserable life. You will regret it. Then came the holiday schedule. 10 days for winter break. We had to be back by the 8th day of the new year. She also reminded us that summer break was only 10 days too. In this world, becoming a Beast Tamer meant training until the day you died. The combat test was our last one. I already knew my results for the other subjects from my theory teacher, Fong Pingping. From a total beginner, I had climbed to the top of the grade in both general and professional studies. Why did I check my grades early? To find my weaknesses, of course. As someone who loves knowledge, I couldn't allow any gaps in my understanding. It definitely wasn't because the top student got a reward of 5 low-grade stones. Honestly, the way Teacher Fong looked at me when I explained that, her eyes were practically sparkling. The meditation exam was even easier. Grades were tied to cultivation levels. I sat at level 8, looking down on the rest of the year. The next highest student was only at level 6. Most were stuck at 4 or 5. It was lonely at the top. The year ended with the sound of firecrackers. I thought having only 20 days of vacation a year was brutal, but being home was even worse. With 3 days until the new year, the entire burden of spring cleaning and shopping fell on me. Li Yuan. I yelled at my sister. You've been on break for a week. Did you really do 0 chores? Were you just waiting for me to get back? After receiving my list of tasks from my mom, Wang Na, I was so annoyed I grabbed Yuan's cheeks and squeezed. I did stuff, she squealed, struggling to escape my demon claws. I bought the spring couplets. I bought the New Year food. I even bought the new clothes. You spent 6 days picking out a new outfit for yourself, didn't you? That's not the point. The point is I bought you new clothes and shoes too. I don't believe you. It's true, my mom said, coming out of the kitchen with a smile. Yuan helped me pick them out. Go try them on. If they don't fit, we still have time to exchange them. Yuan ran to her room and brought out a set. I looked in the mirror. At 180 centimeters tall, I was wearing a bright red long-down jacket, blue jeans, and black and red sneakers. I looked incredibly festive, but the cool factor was definitely gone. Is it too red? I asked. It's the new year. It's supposed to be festive, Mom said. You're always in that black and white school uniform. It's too plain. My taste is excellent. She patted my shoulder. You and Yuan work hard these next 2 days. Your dad and I don't get off until New Year's Eve. I'll cook when I get home, but the rest of the house is up to you too. On the first day of break, I woke up at 6:20 a.m. out of habit. I went downstairs to practice my stances and punches. By 8 a.m., I saw my parents out the door and woke Yuan up. By 8:30 a.m., we were in a heated debate about who was in charge. Naturally, I used my superior martial arts skills to win the argument. All right, listen up, I announced. Yuan, strip the bedsheets and get them in the wash. Then take the quilts out to sun. Then dust the ceilings and the lamps. Then clean the windows. Then scrub the bathroom. Yuan's teeth were practically grinding. Li Tang, what are you doing? I'm the supervisor. I'll kill you, she screamed, lunging at me with her claws out. Easy. I'm joking. I laughed, dodging her. I'll handle the quilts, and then we'll clean together. By sunset, after we hauled the heavy quilts back inside, Yuan collapsed onto the sofa, completely spent. You need to exercise more, I teased. Your physical stats are so weak. Why are your legs still so thick? Li Tang, she yelled, her eyes flashing. Just wait until I awaken my beast-taming talent. I'll show you what family justice looks like. I grinned. Oh, if you want to talk about that, I'm wide awake. You haven't even awakened your talent yet, I teased, leaning back. Right now, looking at me is like a frog looking at the moon. Even after you awaken, looking at me will be like a mayfly looking at the vast sky. How do you think I became the top student in our entire grade? Yuan rolled her eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck. Oh, look, a cow is flying through the sky. Keep blowing that hot air, Li Tang. You're unbelievable. Her mention of awakening gave me an idea. I wondered what my insight talent would show if I used it on a regular person. I focused my gaze, and a faint glow shimmered in my eyes. A screen of information flickered into existence. Name, Li Yuan. Age, 14. Level, 0. Talent, unawakened. Spirit beast slots, 0. Weight, 52 kilograms. I burst out laughing. Li Yuan, you're so short. How do you weigh over 100 pounds? No wonder your legs are so thick. Yuan's face went from pale to bright red in a second. Li Tang, when did you sneak a look at my scale? That's it. Today, I'm taking you down. She chased me around the house until I escaped to my room. It was 7 p.m., time for my nightly cultivation. During dinner, I had secretly used insight on my parents. The results were strange. Yuan was listed as unawakened, and my mom, Wang Na showed none. But my dad, Li Shanpao, was also listed as unawakened. That didn't make sense. Based on my dad's age, if he had the potential to awaken, it should have happened when he was 16. Why was he still labeled as unawakened instead of none? If that was the case, did it mean Yuan might never awaken either? I couldn't figure it out. I shook my head and decided to study it later. I reached into the hidden compartment of my nightstand and pulled out a cracked mid-grade origin stone. This was my 7th one, and it was almost drained. I was getting close to level 9. I sank my consciousness into my beast-taming space. 11 beast trees swayed gently, each sporting 8 leaves that shimmered like dewdrops. I merged 88 drops of origin power into the space, then used my mental strength to guide the energy from the stone to nourish the trees. New Year's Eve arrived. The 4 of us were a picture of harmony. Yuan and I bickered at the table while my dad sipped his wine and laughed with my mom. After dinner, we sat on the sofa, eating sunflower seeds and snacks while the Spring Festival Gala played on TV. The show was a bit boring, so I closed my eyes to practice my meditation. My mom came out of the bedroom and handed out red envelopes. "Thanks, Mom and Dad," I said, grinning as I took mine. "I hope you stay healthy, live a long life, and everything goes your way." Yuan added her own blessings, making my mom laugh. My dad smiled, though he reminded us that we had to visit relatives soon. On the 2nd day of the new year, we were heading to my grandma's place. My dad's younger brother would be there too, along with his son, my younger cousin. Then there were my aunts, uncles, and a whole flock of cousins. At 1 a.m., the gala ended. Everyone went to bed. I stood by my window, looking out at the city lights. Fireworks crackled in the distance. This was my first new year since transmigrating. It was simple, quiet, and honestly, I felt happy. The next morning, New Year's Day, I was up early. I finished my workout, changed into new clothes, and dragged Yuan to give our parents their morning greetings. After breakfast, I sat on the sofa sending holiday texts to my teachers. For my professional instructors, I wrote long, heartfelt messages. Most replied warmly. My homeroom teacher, Zhou Shumi, sent back 3 words, "Happy New Year." Classic her. Then, I called Yang Fan. "Comrade Yang Fan, Happy New Year. I can't believe you didn't call your class monitor first." "Li Tang, open the door." Yang Fan's voice came through the phone. "I'm outside." I jumped up and opened the door. There stood Yang Fan, dressed in new clothes and holding several high-end gift boxes and expensive liquor. He was so big he practically blocked the entire hallway. "Li Tang, that down jacket is bright," he teased. "It's New Year's Day, why are you here?" I asked, surprised. "My dad came with me. He's walking slow, he'll be up in a second." Just as he said it, Yang Weidong appeared at the top of the stairs, huffing and puffing. Climbing the stairs to our apartment had clearly wiped him out. I ushered them inside and called out for my parents. My dad, Li Shanpao, looked stunned when he saw the gifts. "Old Yang, what's all this? These gifts are way too heavy." Yang Weidong sat down and waved it off. "Don't be like that, Li. We're old colleagues. Can't I visit for the new year?" "I'm happy to see you," my dad said, "but take these gifts back. I can't accept them." "They aren't for you," Yang Weidong replied, turning to look at me. "I'm here to thank Xiaotang. Yang Fan is already at level 5. My friends in the business told me that for his age, that speed is incredible." I asked him how he did it, and he told me it was all thanks to Li Tang. Yang Fan rubbed the back of his head, looking a bit sheepish. "He said how you helped is a secret," Yang Weidong continued. "But I know the world of beast tamers. Helping someone level up like that is a massive debt. It could be the difference between a mediocre life and a top-tier university. That's why I'm here." "Uncle Yang, you're being too formal," I said modestly. "Yang Fan and I grew up together, and we help each other." "I know you're a good kid," Yang Weidong said, "but I want to do something for you. Have you heard of the House of Beasts in the provincial capital?" I nodded, and he said they're having a huge event for the holidays. Supposedly they've got rare beast eggs and scarce resources. I'm taking Yang Fan there right now. I want to know if you'll come with us. I'll cover all the travel and food expenses. And if you see something you need, within a certain price range, I can lend you the money to get it." I didn't answer immediately. Instead, I looked at my father. This was a huge opportunity, but it was also a lot to accept. He'll pay me back in the future, Yang Weidong said, waving off my father's concerns. If he doesn't find anything suitable, just consider it a trip to the provincial capital to broaden his horizons. It's good for him to see how the beast markets operate there anyway. He looked at me. So, Li Tang, why don't you come along? My dad, Li Shampao, thought it over for a moment. All right, Li Tang, go with Uncle Yang. Staying home for the new year is just eating and drinking anyway. But old Yang, you're staying for lunch. We'll eat, then you can head out. It's only 300 kilometers to the capital, 4 hours, tops. Deal, Yang Weidong laughed. I brought a driver, so I can actually have a drink with you. I've been craving my sister-in-law's cooking for a long time. While the adults chatted in the living room, I led Yang Fan to my bedroom. So, Li Tang, Yang Fan asked, leaning against the doorframe. Have you thought about your first spirit beast contract yet? Not really, I admitted. We've studied beast theory in class, but I haven't settled on anything. With my cultivation speed, I'm pretty sure the school will give me a slot for a beast. Yang Fan's eyes widened. You aren't already level 9, are you? No, but I'm getting close. Man, my dad's eyes nearly popped out when he heard your level. Yang Fan sighed. How do you train so fast? My dad got me mid-grade origin stones to chew on, and I'm still not moving that quickly. I rolled my eyes at him. Keep your mouth shut, okay? You can't even keep your own secrets. I can't help it, he grumbled. My dad sees right through me if I lie. But I didn't tell him the important stuff. Anyway, we're heading to the capital because a friend of my dad's, a beast appraiser, told him there might be something good. If there's a suitable beast, my dad wants to buy it for me. Around 11 a.m., my uncle's family arrived. They were shocked to see outsiders in the house. My dad introduced them, and when Yang Weidong handed over a business card identifying him as the president of the Yang Group, my uncle's jaw nearly hit the floor. He'd probably assumed Yang Weidong was some random guy coming to ask for a favor. Lunch was surprisingly peaceful. Usually, my uncle and aunt spent the whole meal bragging about their son. Lee Senator, I used to be the bad example of the family, the troublemaker with mediocre grades. Lee's son was the perfect child. But the tables had turned. Now that I'd awakened as a beast tamer, and with Yang Fan constantly mentioning that I was ranked first in the entire grade, my relatives could only look at me with envy. I'm definitely going to awaken my talent this year too, Lee Sun declared, trying to reclaim some glory. I glanced at him and activated my system's vision. Name, Lee Senator talent, none. I felt a bit bad for the kid, so I raised my juice glass. I hope you awaken a super powerful talent this year, cousin. I'm going to awaken one in 2 years, my little sister, Li Yuan, chimed in. It'll be even better than yours, big brother. I laughed. I hope so too. I wasn't worried. It's hard to beat a transmigrator. By late afternoon, we were on the highway in a luxury black car. Yang Weidong was passed out in the passenger seat, snoring loudly. He'd underestimated my dad and uncle's drinking capacity. In the back seat, Yang Fan and I didn't waste time chatting. We sat in silence, eyes closed, each clutching an origin stone to keep our cultivation speed up. At 6 p.m., we arrived in Nandu City. As the provincial capital, it was the heart of the region's economy and culture. It was home to nearly 20 million people, a massive leap from our small city of 1 million. We pulled up to a 5-star hotel. Yang Weidong handed us our key cards. 1 room each. Go drop your bags, then meet on the 6th floor for the buffet. I have a meeting tonight, so don't wander off. We head to the House of Beasts at 9 a.m. tomorrow. My room was about 30 square meters, but I immediately noticed something strange. The concentration of yuan qi here was much higher than outside. This hotel was clearly designed for beast tamers. I grabbed Yang Fan, and we headed to the buffet. The spread was incredible. While I picked out a balanced meal, Yang Fan piled his plate high like a mountain. We were served the Beast Tamer Special, which included roasted monster meat and spiritual herbs. Back home, I rarely saw other beast tamers. Here, I could sense at least 20 of them in this one dining room. I heard the New Year auction has a spirit egg with dragon lineage. A young man at the next table whispered to his friends. I'm about to rank up. I have to get it. A dragon type? That'll be the finale for sure, his friend replied. We might not afford it. Let's try egg gambling first to see if we can make some quick cash. I need a beast with at least a grade 6 talent. I knew from class that dragon blood beasts were elite. Their talent started at grade 5, and purebloods could reach grade 9. They were incredibly rare. I looked at Yang Fan to see if he knew what egg gambling was, but he was too busy stuffing his face. Ever since I told him his enhanced digestion was a late-game powerhouse talent, he'd become obsessed with eating. He'd even realized that eating helped recover his mental strength, allowing him to train longer. The next morning at 6:30 a.m., I dragged a groggy Yang Fan to the hotel's specialized gym. It didn't have much weight equipment. It was mostly open space and punching bags. I found a quiet corner and began my stance training. After 45 minutes, I was reaching my limit. My muscles screamed as I began to power down and relax. "Not bad, kid," a voice said nearby. "Your stance work is almost at the first level." I jumped, a cold sweat breaking out on my back. I hadn't sensed anyone approaching. I turned to see an old man in his 60s. He wore simple exercise clothes, had white hair, and a kind face. He looked like he'd been practicing Tai Chi. "I just came down for some morning exercise," he said, nodding. "Didn't mean to scare you." "It's fine," I said, quickly slipping into my good student persona. "Happy New Year, Grandpa. Sorry you had to see my clumsy form." "Which high school in Nandu are you from?" he asked. "I'm actually from Heian First High. I'm just visiting for the holidays." "Heian First High?" The old man tilted his head. "So, Liu Yongling is still playing at retirement over there, is he?" I blinked. "You mean Vice Principal Liu? The one with the emerald swallowtail?" "That's the one," the old man smiled. "The swallowtail is just his support beast. My name is Huang. He and I are old friends. He insisted on moving to Heian City for his retirement a few years ago," the old man said, a nostalgic glint in his eyes. "I haven't seen him in a long time." "Grandpa Huang," I said, bowing slightly. "Vice Principal Liu is doing great. He's actually the head of our school hospital now. He even helped us recover after a training session recently." I hesitated for a moment, but my curiosity got the better of me. "Grandpa Huang, you mentioned the first level of the Zhuang Gong stance earlier. Something about taking root. Could you explain that to me? Our teacher hasn't gone into the details yet." Huang Jueming nodded, his expression patient. "Your teacher probably didn't want you getting ahead of yourselves. The stance is about controlling your body's power. I assume they told you to feel the strength in your bones and tendons, starting from the soles of your feet." "Yes," I replied. "When you can actually apply that internal force into a fight, that's the first level, rooting power. You've already developed the internal strength. You just need more real combat experience to master it." "That makes sense," I said. "We start combat classes next semester. I guess that's why the teacher is waiting." Huang Jueming continued. "The second level is bracing power. The first level is just a rough application. In the second, you learn to actively trigger every ounce of power from your muscles, fascia, bones, and even your internal organs." He paused, letting that sink in. "The third level is the consummate realm. At that stage, your application of power is effortless. Every single move, no matter how small, carries the weight of a full-strength strike." I frowned, trying to wrap my head around the difference. Sensing my confusion, he simplified it. "Think of it this way. The second level is you choosing to move the power. The third level is the power becoming your instinct." "I get it now. Thank you, Grandpa Huang. My combat teacher has us practicing martial arts routines while we do our stances. She said we'll move on to battle methods later." "What's the difference?" "They are both ways to use power," he explained. "Martial arts are combat techniques. They shouldn't be restricted by rigid forms. Battle methods, however, are about exploding with power that exceeds the physical limits of the body. They take many forms. I happen to know a bit about Tai Chi. Why don't I use it to show you?" He stepped back and sank into a Tai Chi starting posture. "Punch me." I performed a formal salute, then dropped into a long fist stance. I launched a strike, one hand guarding, the other flying out from my ribs straight toward his chest. Huang Jueming didn't panic. He moved his right hand in a gentle arc, barely grazing my fist. The moment our hands touched, I felt my entire momentum veer off course. I couldn't stop myself. I went flying sideways, but before I hit the ground, he caught me and set me down gently. "That was just a Tai Chi technique combined with stance work," he said. "Pure combat skill. But a Tai Chi battle method? That's something else entirely." He walked over to a leather-padded stool. He didn't grab it or hook his fingers under the seat. He simply placed his palm flat on top of it. Then, he lifted his hand. The stool stayed stuck to his palm, as if glued there. He moved his hand up and down, and the heavy stool followed every motion. My jaw nearly hit the floor. I stepped forward and grabbed the leg of the stool, pulling with all my might. I couldn't budge it. It was stuck to his hand like it was part of his body. Exceeding limits, defying logic, that is a battle method, he said. This is the sticky strength of Tai Chi. Wait, Grandpa Huang, I asked, remembering something. In Tai Chi, what does it mean when someone stomps their foot really hard? He frowned slightly. The Vajra stomp. It's the ultimate killing move in Tai Chi. It carries a vibrating shock. One stomp can leave an opponent dead or crippled. I immediately thought of instructor Zhou Shumi's devastating stomp during our final exam. That wasn't just a move. That was a killing blow. She really is a female T-Rex. After saying goodbye to Huang Jueming, I found Yang Fan in the hotel restaurant. I gave him a piece of my mind for slacking on his morning practice. More importantly, he had committed the ultimate crime. He started breakfast without me. He looked miserable, keeping his head down the whole time, mostly because he was too busy stuffing his face. At 9 a.m., we hopped into Yang Weidong's car. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to a complex that looked more like a traditional garden than a business hub. We're here, Yang Weidong said, the House of Jade Beasts. I expected a massive shopping mall, but this was like a city within a city. There were no flashy signs, just a modest gate guarded by 2 men. Beyond the walls, I could see buildings tucked away between lush green trees. It was incredibly low profile. As we approached the gate, the guard stepped forward. I'm sorry, sir. This area is for beast tamers only. I understand, Yang Weidong said. I'm bringing my son and his friend to buy supplies. They are both tamers. The guards checked their sensors, likely hidden devices that detected spiritual energy, and immediately bowed. Please, come in. We walked down a winding path for a few minutes until we reached a pavilion. A group of people in black uniforms stood there. One of them ran over to us. Welcome, guests. I am Guide 0251. How can the House of Jade Beasts assist you today? It's my first time here, I said. Can you give me a quick tour? Of course. We serve all needs of beast tamers. We have an exchange for eggs, pills, feed, and equipment. We have high-grade meditation rooms for cultivation, an arena for watching or participating in duels, and a gourmet food court. We also have a currency exchange if you need more prime stones. I heard there's an auction, I noted. Yes, we have daily auctions. You're in luck. Today and tomorrow is our spring festival auction, the biggest event of the half-year. Do you have an invitation? We all shook our heads. No matter, the guide said. 1 low-grade prime stone per person for the general seating. If you want to bid, the paddle costs 1 mid-grade stone, plus a 10-stone deposit. The deposit is refundable, and the paddle is yours to keep for future auctions. I winced. That was way too expensive. I didn't want to put Uncle Yang in a spot. Let's just check out the general exchange first. Is that young Li Tang? What a coincidence. A kind voice came from behind us. I turned around and saw Grandpa Huang. He was accompanied by a girl about 16 or 17. She was pretty, with an elegant, almost otherworldly aura. Master Huang. The guide immediately bowed deeply. I froze. In this world, a rank 7 expert is called a master. Rank 8 is a grandmaster, and rank 9 is a great grandmaster. Grandpa Huang was a rank 7 powerhouse. Grandpa Huang, you're here too. I thought I'd come have a look, he said, smiling. He gestured to the girl. This is my granddaughter, Huang Shuxian. She's a high school sophomore. Nice to meet you. I'm Li Tang, a freshman. This is my classmate Yang Fan, and his father. Shuxian gave us a polite nod. Come with me, Li Tang, Huang Jueming said. The auction is about to start anyway. The 5 of us followed a winding path deeper into the park. Even though it was winter, the flower beds were exploding with color, and the trees were vibrant and green. As we walked, I could feel it. The spiritual energy in the air was getting thicker and thicker. The air here felt different. It was crisp, refreshing, and charged with a strange vitality that made my skin tingle. Li Tang, your talent is impressive, Grandpa Huang said, his eyes twinkling with appraisal. You're very sensitive to energy. To be at level 9 already as a freshman, that's something else. I'm actually only at level 8, Grandpa Huang. I corrected him quickly. And once I contract a spirit beast, my cultivation speed will probably slow down. I'll be lucky if I can catch up to Shu Xian by next year. Shu Xian, his granddaughter, looked at me with wide eyes. She was a sophomore and only at rank 1, level 3. Hearing that a freshman was already nipping at her heels clearly gave her a shock. Don't be so modest, Grandpa Huang laughed. Even in Shu Xuan's class, your speed would be considered fast. And you're coming from a small place like Heian City. Shu Xian, you see? There are geniuses everywhere. You need to stay humble. Shu Xian pouted slightly. I know, Grandpa. We walked for about 10 minutes until we reached a grand building designed in a traditional Chinese style. The staff at the door saw Grandpa Huang and immediately bowed low. Master Huang, shall I take you to your private box? Yes. Lead the way. We followed the attendant up a side staircase and into a private room. It wasn't huge, maybe 20 square meters, with 2 plush sofas and a coffee table. One wall was a massive floor-to-ceiling window. It was one-way glass. From here, we could see the entire auction hall spread out like a giant fan. There were hundreds of seats below, already filling up with people. The staff brought in 3 more sofas so we could all sit comfortably, then served tea and snacks before handing Grandpa Huang a catalog and bowing out. Li Tang, sit up here with me, Grandpa Huang offered, gesturing to the front row. It's okay, Grandpa Huang. I'll sit in the back with my friend. He didn't push it. Shu Xian took the seat next to him instead. If you see anything you like during the auction, let me know, he said casually. I'll bid for you. Thank you. I'll pay you back if I do, I replied. I wasn't being fake. I knew I couldn't afford a single thing in this room, but when a rank 7 powerhouse offers you face, you take it. I looked around the luxurious room, then back at him. Grandpa Huang, the staff here all seem to know you. Are you a local? Why were you staying at the hotel? He chuckled. Shu Xian was the one who answered, a playful smirk on her face. He doesn't stay at the hotel. The Jiueming Grand Hotel is Grandpa's property. Our home is just the penthouse on the top floor. I blinked. My jaw almost hit the floor. The guy didn't just stay at the best hotel in the city, he owned the whole damn thing. Talk about hidden wealth. At exactly 10 a.m., the lights dimmed. A beautiful woman in an elegant white cheap house stepped onto the stage. Happy New Year, everyone. I'm Nina, your auctioneer for today. Her voice was soft, sultry, and seemed to vibrate in the bones of every man in the room. I hope this year brings you all closer to becoming great grandmasters. We have some incredible items today, so please, for my sake, bid generously. The crowd roared. 2 workers pushed a cart onto the stage. Nina pulled back a red silk cloth, revealing a small glass bottle. Our first item is a little New Year's gift from the House of Beasts, she said, opening the bottle to show a round pill. These are second-grade qi condensing pills. They accelerate the absorption of essence and the condensation of force. But these aren't ordinary pills. These 10 are peak quality, with effects comparable to third-grade pills. Starting bid, 10 low-grade prime stones. Pills. Yang Fan whispered from the seat next to me. They can actually speed up cultivation? Shu Xian turned around, looking confused. Doesn't your school hand those out? The silence that followed was awkward. Shu Xian, Grandpa Huang said firmly. Pills are precious. Li Tang and Yang Fan go to Heian First High. Only the top schools in the capital provide pills to freshmen. Shu Xian stuck her tongue out playfully, realizing she'd accidentally flexed her privilege. Grandpa Huang turned to us. Every rank has its corresponding pills. At rank 0, you use qi condensing pills. After rank 1, you have vein-clearing pills to open your meridians. There are others for healing or temporary power bursts. You should check the exchange later. Rank 0 pills aren't too expensive. While we talked, the price on the stage exploded. The 10 pills eventually sold to a middle-aged man in the general seating for 245 stones. 2.45 million yuan. For 10 pills. I felt like a total beggar. The auction moved fast. A C-grade alloy blade went for 800 stones. 10 kilograms of high-grade beast fodder went for 250. Then, the mood in the room changed. A cage was rolled out. Nina unveiled it to reveal a small, snow-white fox. It had a red teardrop mark on its forehead and 3 distinct, bushy tails. The 3-tailed spirit fox, someone shouted from the floor. Correct, Nina smiled. Usually, this species has a rank 5 talent limit. But this specific individual has been tested at rank 6. As you know, this line has a clear evolution path. It could eventually become a rank 9 6-tailed fox. Its talent is Spirit Eye. It can see through illusions and create them. I leaned forward. This was the 3rd spirit beast I'd ever seen. I focused my mind and triggered my insight ability. Species, 3-tailed spirit fox. Level, rank 1, level 6. Talent rank, 6. Talent skill, Spirit Eye, skill. Bite, status, hostile to humans. Cannot be contracted. The moment I used the skill, the fox in the cage twitched. It snapped its eyes open and looked directly toward our private box. At the same time, Grandpa Huang and Shuxian both whipped their heads around to look at me. They had felt the ripple of energy. Li Tang, Grandpa Huang said, his voice filled with surprise. Your talent, it's an investigation type? I thought it was something related to cultivation speed. Your natural talent is even stronger than I thought. I didn't see the point in lying. It's called insight, Grandpa Huang. But it's not very useful for combat. Don't say that, he said seriously. Insight is the foundation of everything we know about spirit beasts. For 200 years, every entry in our beast encyclopedias was written by people with insight. Most people think it's a trash F-rank talent because they can only see 3 lines of information. If you can see 4, it's D rank. 5 lines. That's B rank. I looked back at the 6 lines of text floating in my vision. I didn't say a word. If 5 lines was B rank, what the hell was 6? S rank. A word of advice, Grandpa Huang added. Never use insight on a beast or a person unless you're in a fight. If you do, try not to get caught. High-level beasts and masters can feel when they're being watched. Grandpa, look, Shuxian interrupted, pointing at the stage. Grandpa Huang nodded. He picked up a tablet next to his seat and tapped a few buttons. Box 36. Nina's voice echoed through the hall. Bids 130 mid-grade stones. My heart skipped a beat. 130 mid-grade stones. That was 1,300 low-grade stones. 13 million yuan. Just like that. I sat back in my chair, suddenly feeling very, very small. Grandpa Huang was too kind. I looked at the 3-tailed spirit fox on the stage and then back at him. Grandpa Huang, were you planning to get that for Shuxian? Yes, he nodded. The fox matches her talent perfectly. The quality is high, so I wanted to prepare it for her early. I looked at the fox again. My insight flickered. This fox hates humans. It won't be easy to form a contract with it. Grandpa Huang gave me a long, deep look. Then he turned to Shuxian. Xiaoxian, let's give up on this one. There's no rush. I'll find you something better and more suitable. On stage, Nina's hammer fell. Congratulations to the guest in box 98 for winning the 3-tailed spirit fox. She didn't waste a second. She held up a small glass vial containing a shimmering liquid. Our penultimate item is 10 milliliters of the spring of life, harvested from the tree of life within the rift. The starting bid is 100 mid-grade stones. Grandpa Huang's eyebrows shot up. Even the spring of life is here. Grandpa, what is that? Shuxian asked. Deep in the Jiangnan aerial rift world, there is a legendary tree, Grandpa Huang explained. It has no combat power, but both monsters and humans protect it. It brings life energy to the world. This spring water is its essence. Think of it as pure, non-attribute primordial energy. It restores strength, speeds up cultivation, heals injuries, and can even extend your lifespan. As he spoke, he started tapping his tablet to raise the bid. Yang Fan leaned forward from the back seat. Grandpa Huang, how much does non-attribute energy usually cost? It's rare, Grandpa Huang said. Mainly used for quick recovery. Usually, 1 milliliter goes for 1 mid-grade stone. My ears perked up. 10 drops made a milliliter. 1 drop was worth 15,000 yuan. By the time the bidding ended, Grandpa Huang had secured the vial for 320 mid-grade stones. 50 million yuan for 10 milliliters. The wealth was staggering. The final item of the day, Nina's voice became soft and seductive. The one many of you have been waiting for. Staff members rolled out a cart covered in red cloth. When Nina pulled it back, a large egg, about 50 centimeters tall, sat on the pedestal. It was bone white with glowing red patterns that pulsed like a heartbeat. A rare fire attribute, blazing tyrant dragon egg, Nina announced. Estimated grade 6 talent. As you know, dragon types never fall below grade 5. They possess powerful skills and natural dragon breath. This beast will make its master unstoppable. The starting bid was 200 mid-grade stones. The room exploded. Bids flew like machine gun fire. Within minutes, the price hit 500. Grandpa Huang, can I use my insight on the egg? I whispered. Go ahead, he said with a chuckle. But you probably won't see much. I focused my eyes. Species, blazing tyrant dragon, level, unborn, talent, unknown, skills, unknown evaluation, fire and dark dual attribute subdragon. High potential. The shell blocked most of the details, but my heart raced. A dual attribute subdragon? That was incredible. Grandpa, I heard school spirit eggs only cost $1 million or $2 million. Why is this one so expensive? Grandpa Huang smiled. The school gives out common eggs, usually grade 3. A grade 4 egg costs $2 million. Grade 5 starts at $8 million. Grade 6. That's $50 million and up. Plus, eggs from the Rift are always more expensive than those found on Blue Star. This dragon is top tier for its grade. If it turns out to be grade 8, this price is a steal. Of course, if it's malnourished and hatches as a grade 5, the buyer loses big. The hammer finally fell at 720 mid-grade stones. Over 100 million yuan for a single egg. As we walked out of the auction house, Yang Fan's father, Yang Weidong, sighed. His entire net worth wasn't even worth one egg. Before we left, Grandpa Huang insisted I add Shushuan's contact info. I'm a busy man and don't check my phone often, he said. If you need anything, just talk to my granddaughter. Once they were in their car, Shuxian looked at her grandfather. Grandpa, you really think highly of Li Tang, don't you? Grandpa Huang put down his phone. Level 9 in 5 months. Insight that sees at least 5 lines. A perfect foundation and high energy affinity. His talent is just as monstrous as the geniuses in your class. He looked at her playfully. You have plenty of resources. Give him some gifts, make friends. Being a beast tamer is dangerous. One more friend is one more path. One day, he might save your life. Grandpa, you aren't trying to find a live-in grandson-in-law, are you? That depends on how hard your father works, he joked. Meanwhile, the 3 of us headed to the Beast Tamer home food court. It was a paradise. They had everything from ordinary meals to high-tier energy food specifically for rank 6 tamers. Yang Weidong got a tonic set for ordinary people. I got a rank 0 set, and Yang Fan ordered a rank 1 set. After eating, I felt a surge of vitality. Yang Weidong looked like he had de-aged 20 years. Then there was Yang Fan, who was stuffed to the point of exploding, but he kept shoving food into his mouth. Son, stop, Yang Weidong pleaded. It's just 10,000 yuan. We can come back tonight. The energy in a rank 1 meal is too much for you to digest all at once, I added. Just pack it up. No, must finish. Yang Fan mumbled through a mouthful of food. He chewed desperately and swallowed. Beast tamers are a desperate bunch. Some desperate to train, others desperate to eat. 10 minutes later, he finished, but he couldn't move. He just sat there, paralyzed by a food coma. 30 minutes passed before he could finally stand. Where to next, he wheezed. Let's go to the arena, I suggested. We can watch some matches while you digest. We followed a guide to the combat hall. It looked like a massive stadium. A giant screen in the lobby listed matches for everything from rank 1 to rank 6. This was where the real power was on display. The screens displayed the different match types: physical combat, spirit beast battles, and integrated combat. Tickets cost 1 low-grade origin stone per person. It was a bit steep, but we decided to check out Arena 9 for the rank 1 integrated combat. Since we were close to that level ourselves, we figured we could actually learn something. Arena 9 was massive. It had about 2,000 seats tiered around a central floor the size of 2 basketball courts. The ceiling was incredibly high, giving plenty of room for flying beasts. Since rank 1 fights aren't exactly the main attraction, the place was mostly empty. Only a few hundred people were scattered around. We grabbed seats in the third row for a front-row view of the action. A voice boomed over the speakers, though I couldn't see an announcer. Next up, Wolf King Jiale, rank 1 level 8, versus the strongest cutie, rank 1 level 7. Fighters enter the arena. I cringed, wondering what kind of nicknames these were. Did everyone here have to use a stage name? Wolf King Jiale stepped out. He was a cold, arrogant young man in his 20s. He held his head high, looking every bit the part of a lone wolf. His opponent, the strongest cutie, was a round, adorable girl who looked no older than 16 or 17. The announcer ran through their stats. Jiale had 9 wins out of 10 matches. The girl was even better, with 10 wins out of 13. Rules are simple, the voice continued. No killing, no intentional crippling. Stop immediately if your opponent surrenders. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Jiale didn't waste a second. He summoned his spirit beast, a ferocious wolf that lunged straight for the girl. I recognized it immediately. It was a blue moon mad wolf, a rank 3 talent beast. The girl countered by summoning a rock sparrow. It had a rank 4 talent, which gave her a slight edge and potential. The bird shot into the air, circling high above, while the girl stayed on the move. She skirted the edges of the arena, keeping her distance and waiting for her bird to strike. Jiale and his wolf ignored the bird. They coordinated a pincer movement, slowly trapping the girl in a corner. Just as they closed in, the girl tripped. She fell hard. In a real fight, being down is a death sentence. The blue moon mad wolf leaped, jaws open, aiming for her leg. Jiale followed up with a flying elbow strike aimed at her back. It looked like she was about to be crushed. Suddenly, she vanished. She reappeared 2 meters away. I leaned forward, my eyes wide. A blink talent. She had lured them in on purpose. While they were midair and unable to change direction, the rock sparrow dove. It spat a stone from its beak like a bullet, hitting Jiale's arm with a sickening crack. At the same time, its talons ripped into the wolf's back. Jiale crashed to the ground, his arm hanging limp. The wolf howled in pain, blood pouring from 8 deep puncture wounds. "You can't hit me," the girl teased, sounding playful. "Just give up." Jiale staggered to his feet. He didn't say a word. He walked over to his bleeding wolf and stood still. Something felt off. He was preparing something big. The rock sparrow dove for a second round. Just as it was about to strike, Jiale and the wolf disappeared in a flash of light. In their place stood a single, 2-meter-long, 2-headed wolf. A fusion talent. I gasped. With the fusion, Jiale's power skyrocketed. He swiped a massive paw, batting the sparrow out of the air like a fly. Then, he charged the girl. She tried to blink away again, but the 2-headed wolf was too fast. Its tail whipped around, catching her midair and slamming her to the floor. The beast pinned her down, its 2 sets of jaws snarling inches from her face. "I surrender," she cried out, her voice trembling. The sparrow vanished back into her body. The 2-headed wolf split apart, returning to a pale, panting Jiale and a collapsed wolf. Jiale looked exhausted, his energy completely drained. His wolf was in even worse shape, turning into a streak of light as it retreated to his spirit space to recover. The winner, Wolf King Jiale. The crowd erupted in applause. I sat there, stunned. It was my first time seeing a real high-stakes battle between tamers. They didn't just let their beasts do the work. They used their own talents to turn the tide. The girl had the better tactics, using a feigned weakness to draw him in. But Jiale had the raw power and a trump card that changed everything. I noticed Jiale didn't use fancy martial arts. He used raw, brutal brawling techniques. The girl, however, had clearly practiced her footwork. "That guy is so cool," Young Fan whispered, his eyes shining. "I want to fight like that." We stayed for hours, watching match after match. We saw everything from tactical duels to a brutal slugfest between 2 massive men who just traded punches while their beasts tore at each other. By the time we left at 6 in the evening, the arena floor was stained with blood. My heart was still pounding. On the walk back, young Weidong's excitement had faded into worry. "Son, Li Tang, is this what your lives are going to be like? Getting hurt like that every day?" Neither of us answered. We were still too weak to know what the future held, but I had a feeling that for a beast tamer, combat wasn't just a choice. It was our destiny. The next morning, after our workout, we headed back to the beast tamer home. Without our guide, we couldn't get into the high-end auctions, so we explored the exchange center instead. It was a 6-story commercial hub, packed with shops and people. Yang Fan and I were like kids in a candy store, pointing and shouting at every cool thing we saw. Even Yang Weidong looked overwhelmed. The first floor was the currency exchange. I checked the prices and winced. One low-grade origin stone cost 10,000 yuan. A mid-grade was 200,000, and a high-grade was a staggering 3 million. The school's prices were definitely a bargain compared to this. There was also a mission hall on the first floor, but you had to be at least rank 1 to enter. I could only peek through the doors at the crowd inside. We moved to the second floor, and the air immediately smelled like herbs and spice. This was the alchemy level. I checked a government-run shop for chi-gathering pills. One pill cost 1 origin stone. It wasn't expensive by tamer standards, but I had no idea if they were actually worth it yet. The third floor was where things got interesting, weapons and equipment. I didn't feel like I needed a weapon yet, but Yang Fan was obsessed. He dragged us into half a dozen shops, trying on suits of armor and swinging different swords, his eyes bright with the dream of becoming a warrior. Yang Fan finally wore his father down. After begging and pleading, he convinced Yang Weidong to drop 300,000 yuan on a long spear made of F-grade alloy. Since the official shops didn't take cash, they had to find a private dealer who was willing to bend the rules. Once the deal was done, Yang Fan had the shop ship it straight to his house. He looked like he was walking on clouds. We headed up to the fourth floor, which was dedicated to spirit beasts and feed. I expected to see rows of cages, but the floor was mostly empty. A few shops had common cats and dogs, but that was it. I walked into one store and asked the owner where all the beasts were. The owner looked at me with pure annoyance. He told me that keeping live beasts in a shop was too messy and smelled terrible. Besides, keeping them in cages all day wasn't good for them. If I wanted a beast, I had to look through their manuals first. If I liked something, they'd take me to see the actual creature. The beast tamer home definitely had the most resources. Their official manual was thick as an encyclopedia. It listed everything from rank 2 to rank 6 beasts, with prices ranging from 10,000 yuan to tens of millions. I sat down and started flipping through the pages, trying to find something that clicked with me. Yang Fan was doing the same, though I'm pretty sure he was just looking for a beast that liked to eat as much as he did. By noon, we were starving. We hit the food court, but Yang Fan didn't dare order the rank 1 set meal again. He played it safe with a rank 0 meal, but treated himself to a single plate of rank 1 braised pork. He ate until his face was covered in grease, looking completely satisfied. Life is a gamble. Sometimes, you have to put all your chips on the table. That afternoon, we went to the 5th floor. This was the hub for spirit beast eggs, and unlike the floor below, it was packed. The official shop categorized the eggs by their estimated talent levels. Most were rank 2 or 3, priced between 500,000 and 1.5 million yuan. There were about 500 of those. The rank 4 eggs were rarer, with only about 70 available, costing up to 3 million. Rank 5 eggs were priced like luxury mansions, 8 to 20 million, and there was only one rank 6 egg, sitting there with a staggering 55 million yuan price tag. I wondered if I should use my insight talent to scan them. Just as the thought crossed my mind, I overheard a group of guys talking nearby. "Strong brother, you helped us make 3 million last time," one of them said. "Let's keep that streak going today." The leader, a sharp-looking guy, nodded. "I learned how to study eggs from my old man. We use your money and my skills. If we win, we split the profit. If we lose, it's on you." He took out a magnifying glass and started inspecting the eggs one by one. After 20 minutes, he pointed to 3 specific eggs and told his friends they couldn't lose on these. I didn't want to be rude and interrupt, so I pulled a clerk aside and asked what betting on eggs was all about. The clerk explained that it wasn't an official service, but a trend that started a few years ago. Back then, a technology called the spirit box was invented. It could preserve a newly hatched embryo in a rank 0 state. This allowed tamers to contract a beast with the same high loyalty as an egg, but with the added benefit of knowing its exact talent level. Because of this, people started betting. They would buy an egg, hatch it, and hope the talent level was higher than the estimate. There was even a legend of a guy buying a rank 3 egg that hatched into a rank 6 beast, making him 50 million yuan instantly. The clerk warned me that the Beast Tamer home didn't officially support this. They preferred tamers to contract the eggs directly so their own energy could nourish the beast's development. That's why the 4th floor was mostly manuals. Most people bought embryos preserved in spirit boxes these days. While we were talking, the group of guys made their move. They bought a rank 4 green forest giant python egg for 250 lower-grade origin stones. They immediately carried it to a nearby shop owned by a man named Bosher to have it hatched. I signaled to Yang Fan and his dad, and we followed them. Bosher took the egg and placed it into a massive machine. He pressed a few buttons, and the hatching process began. Half an hour later, the shell cracked. Bosher pulled out a white spirit box with a glass front. Inside, a tiny snake lay perfectly still. The guys pulled out their beast illustrations to scan it. Their faces fell instantly. Still rank 4, one groaned. We lost money. Bosher offered to buy the embryo back for 2.2 million yuan. Since they had spent 3 million on the egg and the hatching fee, they walked away with a significant loss. I watched the whole thing in silence. My mind was racing. This was my chance to make money. My insight talent couldn't see detailed stats on eggs, but it gave me a potential evaluation. I needed to know if that evaluation was fixed or random. I went back to the official shop and scanned a Thunderhawk egg. The evaluation said, Lightning-type hawk, normal potential. I checked another. Same thing. I realized the evaluation was consistent. It would tell me if an egg had normal or high potential. I set a goal for myself. I'd use my energy to skin 25 eggs. If I found a winner, I'd buy it. If not, I'd walk away. I started scanning eggs priced under 1.5 million yuan. Swift Wind Leopard, normal potential. Moon Wolf Spider, normal potential. On the 16th egg, I found it. Nether Cat. The evaluation read, Dark Attribute Cat, high potential. It was listed as a rank 3 egg, but with high potential, there was no telling how high it could actually go. I didn't hesitate. I turned to Yang Weidong, who was resting nearby. Uncle Yang, I said, my voice steady. I want to buy an egg. Can you lend me 1.2 million yuan? He looked at me for a long moment, then nodded. The money isn't an issue. If you're sure, let's do it. Sure, Uncle Yang said. Wait here a moment. I'll head to the 1st floor to exchange some origin stones. As he walked away, I moved quickly to the nether cat egg. I stood over it like a guard, heart hammering against my ribs. I couldn't let anyone else grab it now. A few moments later, the 4 young men from earlier returned. They spotted me immediately. Hey, it's that kid who was following us, the one with yellow hair sneered. Looks like he's got his eye on this one. The leader of their group, the sharp-looking guy they called Changgu, stepped forward. He looked at the egg, then at me. He seemed genuinely concerned. Little brother, you're interested in this one? He asked. Look closely. This nether cat egg is noticeably smaller than the others. It likely didn't receive enough energy from its mother. It'll be lucky to even reach rank 3. You should pick a different one. He was being kind, but I knew what I had seen. Thank you, I said politely, but I feel a connection with this one. My guardian is already getting the money. I'm going to buy it. The yellow-haired kid burst out laughing. Kindness treated like dirt. Do you have any idea who Changgu is? People beg him to evaluate their eggs. He gives you a tip, and you ignore it? This thing is clearly malnourished. He was blunt, but he wasn't wrong from a normal perspective. I didn't want to argue, so I just stayed silent. Yang Fan, however, couldn't help himself. We're just playing around, Yang Fan shot back. If we lose, we lose. Besides, some experts were just here and lost a fortune too, didn't they? The group's faces soured. Changgu looked annoyed. The yellow-haired guy crossed his arms. Fine. Let's stay and watch this brat lose his shirt. A few minutes later, Uncle Yang returned. He handed me 1 black card and 2 yellow ones. If you're buying it here, use these, he said. It's easier. I didn't hesitate. I called over the staff, handed over the cards, and pointed at the undersized egg. I'll take this one. I picked up the egg, feeling its strange, cool weight. Yang Fan and Uncle Yang followed me straight to Boss Sher's shop for hatching. The 4 youths trailed behind us, whispering. He doesn't need Chang Ji's help to fail. The yellow-haired one whispered loudly. That egg is stunted. If that thing actually turns out to be a winner, I'll perform a handstand and eat crap in front of everyone. I ignored the laughter and walked into the shop. Boss, hatch this one for me. Boss sure looked at me, then at Uncle Yang. After a nod of confirmation, he placed the egg into the machine. Hey kid, the yellow-haired guy mocked. You're not going to cry when you lose all that money, are you? I looked him dead in the eye. Since you mentioned your little performance earlier, maybe you should head to the bathroom now? You know, to get the food ready for your handstand. Yang Fan and the other three youths erupted in laughter. The yellow-haired guy's face turned bright red. Shut up. Let's see it hatch first. I just hope you like the taste, I added, turning to Yang Fan. Fan, you ate a lot for lunch. If he's still hungry after his performance, maybe you can help him out. You little brat. The guy lunged at me, but his friends held him back, howling with laughter. 30 minutes passed. The machine hissed and opened. Boss sure pulled out a white container. The youths immediately pulled out their spirit beast encyclopedias to scan it. I didn't need a device. I used my insight. Species, nether cat. Level, spirit grade. Potential, rank 5. Talent, nether flash. Status, nether cat royalty. Rank 5, someone screamed. The shop went silent. Then, total chaos. A rank 5 potential from a rank 3 egg was unheard of. Customers from the street started pouring in to see the miracle. He hit the jackpot. That kid just made 10 million yuan easy. Yang Fan grabbed me, shaking me like a rag doll. Loudly, we're rich. We're rich. He then spun around, searching the crowd. Where's our yellow-haired friend? Where's the show? The yellow-haired guy was gone. He had vanished the moment the rank 5 reading popped up. Congratulations, young man, Boss sure said, his eyes wide. This is a massive win. Do you want to sell it back to me? I can offer 12 million yuan. 12 million. My heart skipped a beat. Wait, a voice called out. A handsome man in his 30s stepped forward. I'll give you 15 million. I need this specific beast. I looked at Boss Sure. He smiled and shrugged. No contract was signed. Highest bidder wins, and I can't go that high. The man handed me 15 black cards. He even paid the hatching fee for me. In an instant, I was a multi-millionaire. Uncle Yang and I grabbed Yang Fan and hurried out of there before the crowd got too big. We were weak and had no backing. Staying to gloat was dangerous. We needed to disappear. We headed to a pill shop on the second floor. I bought 60 spirit-grade chi-condensing pills. I handed 30 to Yang Fan and then pushed the remaining money cards back to Uncle Yang. Xiaotang, what is this? He asked, stunned. The 1.2 million I borrowed, I said firmly. I'm almost level 9. I'll hit level 10 within a month. I need the rest of this money to prepare for my first contracted beast. These pills are for Fan. I'll make things up to you both later. Uncle Yang looked at me, a strange respect in his eyes. You understand the ways of the world better than I do, kid. That night, back in my hotel room, I sat on the bed. In one hand, I held a high-quality origin stone. In the other, a chi-condensing pill. It was time to grow stronger. I looked at the pill for a moment, then swallowed it in one go. I closed my eyes and began to circulate my energy. The effects were powerful. My perception of the surrounding chi became incredibly sharp, and the beast seed within my soul space began absorbing energy about 10% faster than usual. Suddenly, I snapped my eyes open. Liar, I cursed under my breath. I want a refund. The shopkeeper had promised me that one pill would last 4 to 5 hours depending on my constitution. It had been exactly 30 minutes, and the effect was already gone. Then it hit me. It wasn't that the pill was low quality, it was my second talent. My dual talent soul space was an absolute resource hog. It didn't just double my potential, it cut the duration of my medicine down to 1/10 of what it should be. I sighed, feeling the sting in my wallet. I popped another pill and went back to work. By 1 in the morning, I looked into my beast space. The 11th beast seed had finally sprouted its 9th leaf bud. I had reached level 9. Just one more level, and I could finally form a contract with my first spirit beast. I knew I had to choose carefully. This choice would define my future. On the 4th day of the new year, my 3rd day in the provincial capital, I grabbed Yang Fan for breakfast. We chatted as we walked toward the hotel restaurant. Fan, did you use that chi-condensing pill last night? I asked. How was it? It was great, he said, nodding enthusiastically. My cultivation speed went up by maybe 20 or 30%. The effect lasted for over 5 hours. I'm actually thinking about buying more today. I stopped walking. 5 hours? You're sure it wasn't minutes? Yeah, 5 hours. Why? I looked at him, a grin spreading across my face. Young fan, I think I just figured out how to properly use your talent. He blinked, then his eyes widened as he realized what I was getting at. Wait, you mean my talent affects pills too? The duration? Exactly, I said. And the potency. When I take the medicine, my speed doesn't increase nearly as much as yours does. Yang Fan's eyes lit up with a new kind of ambition. Brother Tang, from now on, please call me the Pill Prince. At 9 o'clock, the three of us headed back to the House of Beast Tamers. This was our last stop before heading back to Heian City. I had 2 goals. First, I wanted to see if I could make one last profit. Second, I needed to trade for some mid-grade origin stones to maintain my cultivation speed. I was done buying pills for myself. Spending 10,000 yuan for a 30-minute, 10% boost just wasn't worth it. I planned to give my remaining pills to Yang Fan instead. As for my first beast, I still hadn't decided. I figured I'd consult my teachers next semester. My second talent allowed for purification, but I didn't know how it worked with contracted beasts yet. I needed to experiment. We headed to the 6th floor first, the VIP area. It was magnificent, dripping with wealth, but the guard stopped me at the entrance. It was reserved for high-ranking experts or those with appointments. I had no choice but to retreat to the 5th floor. I started scanning the eggs near where I'd found the ghostly cat yesterday. After 23 uses of my insight talent, I found a surprise. It was a scyther egg. The evaluation called it a wood element insect with high potential. It was a tier 3 talent beast. I bought it for 1,000,000 yuan on the spot. Instead of going back to Boss Sure, I walked a bit further down to a shop called Zhang Brothers Spirit Beasts. The owner was a burly man with a buzz cut, hunched over his phone. Boss, do you do egg gambling here? I asked. We do, he said, looking up with surprise at my age. Hatching fee is 500,000. No bargaining. I handed him the egg. Go ahead and hatch it. Half an hour later, he brought out the spirit box. I used insight, and my face fell. The scyther was only tier 3. Its high potential wasn't in its rank, but in its physical mutation. Its forearms had evolved into serrated scythes. It would be a killing machine, but it wasn't what I needed. Do you buy back? I asked. Give me a price. The boss inspected the creature. The mutation is good. I'll give you 1.3 million. I tossed him 2 yellow cards to cover the difference in the hatching fee, and he handed me a black card. I'd lost 200,000 yuan, but I could live with that. I turned to leave. Wait, kid, the boss called out. If you're looking to gamble, I've got stock in the back. Want to see? I hesitated, looking at the mediocre eggs on his shelves. We do custom orders and regulars, he explained, seeing my doubt. The good stuff isn't kept out front. Trust my eyes. I followed him into a small, 20-square-meter warehouse. It was packed with 4 rows of shelves. These eggs were different, mostly tier 3 and 4, with a few tier 5s. Many were from rifts, species you wouldn't find in the official government shops. The boss stayed in the room, so I couldn't spam my talent without looking suspicious. I spent a few minutes browsing casually. I'm a slow picker, uncle, I said. I'll only buy if I feel a connection. He chuckled, glancing at my level 9 energy. He probably thought I was just a kid playing around. Take your time. I've got customers out front. The moment he left, I activated Insight. I burned through the tier 3 eggs. All decent, but nothing special. Then I moved to the tier 4 section. Suddenly, I stopped. One egg felt incredibly familiar. Species, iron-eating beast. Evaluation, metal element bear. High potential. It was black and white, round, and looked exactly like a panda from my old world. A surge of nostalgia hit me. I looked at the creature and felt an immediate bond. I carried the egg out. The boss told me it was a tier 4 egg from a rift. Price, 2.5 million. I didn't hesitate. I handed over 3 black cards and told him to hatch it. 30 minutes later, he brought out the container. The iron-eating beast was still a pink, fleshy little blob, not yet showing its black and white fur. I focused my insight one last time. My heart nearly stopped. Tier 5 talent. I had hit the jackpot. I stared at the data floating in my vision. Talent skill, metallic skin. Skills, none. Evolution path, consumes metal to evolve. When I saw that evolution path, my heart skipped a beat. My insight talent was almost too good. I made a decision right then and there. I wasn't going to sell this iron-eating beast. It was the perfect match for Yang Fan. They were both warrior types, and I suspected Yang Fan's specific talent might even give this little guy a massive boost. I've changed my mind, uncle, I told the shop owner. I'm keeping this one. Is there anything I need to know about storing it in the spirit box? It's simple, he replied. Just keep it closed. When you're ready to form the contract, press the buttons on both sides. You'll have 1 minute to finalize the bond once it opens. Very convenient. Thanks, I said, but a thought occurred to me. I have a question. Why don't you hatch all the eggs yourself? You'd probably make a lot more money selling live beasts instead of shells. The boss paused, clearly not expecting a kid to ask about his business model. He shrugged. You can never chase all the money in the world, kid. It's about risk management. Selling eggs is steady. A well-preserved egg can sit on a shelf for 7 or 8 years without a problem. But once it hatches, you've only got a 1-year window to sell it before it becomes a liability. Besides, these spirit boxes have only been around for 5 or 6 years. If the government suddenly decides this contract method is risky, I'd lose everything overnight. I nodded, taking the box. It made sense. I left the shop and headed to the second floor to find Yang Fan and his father, Yang Weidong. The moment Yang Fan saw the spirit box in my hand, his eyes went wide. Tang, did you pick your first beast already? He asked eagerly. Not yet, I said, a small smirk playing on my lips. This one is for you. Yang Fan pointed at his own chest, stunned. Me? But I'm only level 5. Who knows when I'll be ready to contract a beast? I didn't argue. I pulled him aside to a quiet corner, away from the crowds and even his father. Listen, Fan, this beast is perfect for you. Let me describe it. If you don't like it, I'll sell it. No hard feelings. I laid it out for him. It's an iron-eating beast. Tier 5 potential, from a rift. Its talent is metallic skin, pure defense. It's built to be a frontline tank, which matches your path perfectly. But the best part? Its evolution is clear. It eats metal to grow. Think about it. With your enhanced digestion talent, you could accelerate its growth to insane speeds. It could easily reach tier 7 or 8. Plus, it's black and white, looks like a cuddly bear. Girls will be lining up just to see it. By the time I finished, Yang Fan's eyes were practically glowing. I could tell he was already daydreaming about his future. Do you want it or not? I asked. Yes, I need it, he shouted. From now on, call me the Iron-Eating Beast Knight. He snatched the spirit box from my hands and hugged it like a treasure. We went back to his father to explain. I didn't tell Yang Weidong everything, just that I'd found a beast that was a perfect match for his son and bought it early. Yang Weidong nodded, reaching for his phone. Tang, let me transfer 15 million to you. Is that fair? Uncle Yang, I got this from a gamble, I said. Just give me 5 million. I'll make a little profit, and you won't have to feel like you owe me. That's not enough, he protested. 5 million is plenty, I insisted. Yang Fan and I are brothers. We're going to be fighting side by side. Beast tamers make money fast anyway. Let him pay me back the rest himself once he's successful. Yang Fan looked at me with pure devotion. Tang, you're my real brother from now on. I'll pay you back every cent, I swear. Later, at the exchange hall, I crunched the numbers. After my previous deals and today's gambles, I had about 15 million in the bank. I decided to invest. I spent 10 million on 35 mid-grade origin stones and 1 high-grade stone. Mid-grade was enough for my current training, but I wanted to see what the high-grade stuff could do. The remaining 5 million was my war chest for my own first spirit beast. After a quick meal at the food court, we piled into Yang Weidong's luxury car and headed back to Heian City. Yang Fan spent the entire trip staring at the spirit box. You know, I said casually, if you don't reach level 10 by next Chinese New Year, this beast will be wasted. Yang Fan jumped like he'd been electrocuted. He immediately closed his eyes and started meditating. We reached the city around 5 p.m. Yang Weidong dropped me off at my apartment complex. I invited them for dinner, but they had things to do, so I headed in alone. Walking through the gates, The last 3 days felt like a fever dream. I had studied under a Tier 7 master, attended a high-end auction, and made over 10 million. Back when I was hunting fugitives with Zhou Shumi, I only made a fraction of that. Heian City was starting to feel small. The real stage for a beast tamer was out there, in the wider world. When I opened my front door, I was hit by a wall of noise. My grandmother, my uncles, my aunts, everyone was there. 15 people packed into the house for a New Year's dinner. Grandma, uncles, aunts. I greeted them one by one, playing the part of the polite nephew. My grandmother, who hadn't seen me in 6 months, pulled me close. She looked me over with teary eyes. Our Tang has grown so tall. You look strong. Is the beast taming class hard? Was the trip to the capital exhausting? Come sit, eat, then go rest. She was rambling, but I listened patiently. In this world, people usually only care how high you fly. Only your family cares if your wings are tired. The house was so crowded we had to eat in shifts. The kids ate first, then went to watch TV. I planned to eat quickly and go train, but the adults wouldn't let me leave. To them, I wasn't just a kid anymore. I was a beast tamer. The conversation revolved around me. They talked about how I'd changed from a troublemaker into a top-tier student and class monitor. Even with my thick skin, the constant praise made me blush. My younger cousins kept pestering me with questions about spirit beasts. It was warm, loud, and happy. By 8 p.m., the men were still drinking, but I decided to excuse myself. Grandma, uncles, I'm sorry, but I can't skip my training. I need to head to my room. They understood. The life of a tamer required discipline. I went to my room, shut the door, and sat cross-legged on my bed. I pulled out a mid-grade origin stone. I had 6 hours of cultivation ahead of me, which would take me well into the night. I sank into my consciousness. My spirit space, which used to be a tiny 1 cubic meter void, had expanded to over 100 cubic meters, about the size of a large studio apartment. And right in the center, the spirit tree stood tall, waiting for its first resident. The spirit tree stood in the center of my mental space, surrounded by 10 smaller saplings. They weren't just little sprouts anymore. They'd grown from tiny greens into sturdy young trees, full of life. As I began my cultivation, a flood of red elemental energy rushed in, swirling around the grove. The trees drank it up greedily. I focused on the 9th leaf of the main spirit tree, watching as it slowly expanded under the influx of power. At the same time, the 80 drops of foresight condensed on the leaves began to dissolve, absorbed back into the space to stabilize it. I kept 5 drops back. I guided 1 drop through my consciousness, merging it into the blood in my heart to temper my physique. The other 4 I tucked away. I needed to save those for my insight skill. By 2 a.m., my mental energy was completely spent. I stopped the session, tucked my origin stones away, and collapsed onto my bed in my pajamas. I was out before my head hit the pillow. The new semester arrived quickly. They say the whole year's work depends on a good start in spring, but I spent the last 3 days of the break keeping things simple. I ate, I trained, and I teased my younger sister, Li Yuanyuan. She was surprisingly good at trash talking, and we went back and forth for days. Eventually, I changed tactics. I stopped making fun of her height and started supervising her winter break homework. I checked every line and lectured her on every mistake. Against that kind of psychological warfare, she had no defense. She finally admitted defeat. On the 7th day of the new year, I pulled her aside and slipped her a thick red envelope. She thought I was playing a prank with small bills, but when she opened it, her eyes nearly popped out. It was 10,000 yuan. Li Tang, I can't take this, she stammered. You need money for your training. I shook my head. I helped someone out with my beast-taming talent back at the provincial capital. They gave me 100,000 as a thank you fee. Don't worry about it. You're lying, she said, suspicious. It's true. The guy was a master. You'll understand once you awaken your own talent. Some abilities are very specialized. I couldn't tell her the truth about the egg gambling. She'd think I was a degenerate gambler. And I couldn't tell her about the underground fights because she'd worry about me getting hurt. So, I stuck to the lie. It took some convincing, but she finally took the money. Her gratitude lasted exactly 3 minutes before she started ignoring me to plan what she was going to buy. That evening, I said goodbye to my family and headed back to school. By 8 p.m., the whole class was gathered for a meeting. Our instructor, Zhou Shumi, hadn't arrived yet, so the room was buzzing with energy. Monitor, what level are you now? Feng Rue asked from the desk next to mine. Before I could answer, Yang Fan leaned over from the front. Brother Tang hit level 9 back when we were in the capital. He even got a reward at the beast taming house. My God, someone whispered. I'm only level 4. Is the gap between people really this big? Sometimes the gap between people is bigger than the gap between a person and a pig, another student joked. A crowd started forming around my desk. Everyone wanted a piece of the conversation. Yang Fan was in his element, soaking up the attention. I'm telling you, the monitor is a beast. Even Master Huang back in the capital praised his talent. And while we were there, I actually managed to get. Does that mean you're going to contract a spirit beast soon? Manchong interrupted, leaning in. Yeah, have you decided what your first beast will be? Feng Rue asked. I thought about it for a second. Not yet. The school provides a list, but I'll probably ask the teacher for advice first. The school's list is pretty average, a voice said. I looked up to see Yun Ziyuan, the most competitive girl in class, standing nearby. Li Tang, didn't you look around while you were at the beast taming house? I did, but I'm still weighing my options, I replied. Did you go there too, little Yin? She nodded, her face softening slightly. Yeah, I went during the break. If I'd known, I would have invited you to go with us, I said casually. Are you asking her out, Monitor? A girl chimed in from the side. Yun Ziyuan's face turned bright red instantly. She started stammering, trying to explain herself. I couldn't just let her stand there and be embarrassed, so I stood up to command the room. Quiet down, everyone. Listen up, I said, my voice projecting across the classroom. During the break, Yang Fan and I saw a lot in the capital. It's only a few 100 kilometers away, but the environment there is a different world. The high schoolers there have mid-grade stones and medicinal pills to help them train. In one school, there were several students who hit level 9 in their first semester, just like me. They have the resources to get incredibly powerful beasts. I was using Huang Shuxian as my benchmark, so I exaggerated the numbers a bit to light a fire under them. Then, I looked at Yang Fan. Like Yang Fan here. He picked out a beast with grade 5 talent. As soon as he hits level 10, he's going to contract it. Yang Fan beamed. He finally got the recognition he'd been dying for. I'm not saying this to brag or put you down, I continued. I want us to catch up. This semester, our goal is to surpass Class 1. I don't care about fast tracks or slow tracks. The class I'm in is the strongest class. Period. Well said, Monitor. The voice came from the doorway. Zhou Shumi walked in, and the class scrambled back to their seats like startled birds. She walked to the front, her gaze sharp. Being a beast tamer means fighting, she said coldly. Fighting for your life, and fighting against others. Your training environment is already 10 times better than mine was a decade ago. Don't complain about your circumstances. Don't complain about your talent. Have you truly pushed your talent to its limit? Is your cultivation speed actually at its peak? Even if it is, why haven't you broken that peak? Strong tamers are built by shattering their limits. The room was silent. You could hear a pin drop as everyone reflected on her words. The schedule for this semester is the same as the last, she continued. Monitor, come grab these and hand them out. Now, for the results from last term. Li Tang, first in total score, reward, 1 mid-grade origin stone. First in cultural studies, 5 low-grade stones. First in combat, 5 low-grade stones. First in cultivation speed, 10 low-grade stones. She went down the list. Qin Rue got rewards for being in the top 10 for total score and combat. Yun Ziyuan and a few others got stones for their cultural grades. Aside from Li Tang, Qin Rue, and Yun Ziyuan, I am very dissatisfied, she snapped. I can excuse your cultivation speed being slower than Class 1, but your grades and combat scores too? It seems I need to increase the intensity this semester. The entire class shivered. One more thing, she said, her expression turning serious. The major beast taming universities are expanding their enrollment this year. However, the passing scores are expected to rise, not fall. There are more students than ever, so the competition is brutal. If you pass the physical exam but fail the written one, you'll be kicked down to a regular university. Last semester, I gave you time to adjust. I didn't push you too hard. But some of you have gotten far too comfortable. Once you step onto the path of a beast tamer, there is no turning back. You can only run forward. Is there anyone in this class who wants to give up their status as a tamer? Zhou Shumi's voice was cold. I can help you transfer to a regular class right now. The room remained deathly silent. We all knew what being a tamer meant. It meant status, money, and a future. Nobody was going to give that up. Since no one is leaving, those of you at rank 4 need to speed up, she snapped. Those at rank 5 need to work harder too. Don't forget, we already have a rank 9 student in this class. The meeting ended, but she didn't let me leave. She told me to follow her to the office. I thought I was just going to pick up some schedules or textbooks, but when we arrived, she gestured for me to sit down. She went quiet, lost in thought. I didn't dare disturb her. Ever since Huang Jueming told me about her Vajra dropkick move, my respect for her had turned into a healthy dose of fear. She was a woman who dealt in killing blows. You're rank 9 now, she said, finally looking up. How long until you hit rank 10? I should be able to reach it within the month, I replied confidently. Today is February 10th. That gives you 20 days. She nodded, then shifted gears. I heard you talking outside. Yang Fan has already chosen his first spirit beast. Why haven't you picked yours? Yang Fan settled on a rank 5 iron-eating beast, I explained. It fits his talent well. An iron-eating beast? You mean that fat black and white bear that eats bamboo? She looked unimpressed. I suppose it can take a hit. But how are you so sure it's rank 5? He bought an egg, didn't he? How do you know it suits him? It was the jade bell fragrance, I said, trying to give a partial truth to avoid the real secret. I see. You went egg gambling. She leaned in, her eyes sharp. Your insight talent works on eggs, doesn't it? My heart skipped a beat. I realized then that against a high-level expert, my secrets were paper-thin. I stayed silent. If I denied it, she'd just call Yang Fan in and figure it out anyway. It's just a guess, she continued, seeing my silence. It's common knowledge that you can't see info on an egg. I assume your insight just gives you small hints. I kept my mouth shut. I wasn't about to confirm or deny that. So, why haven't you picked one for yourself? She asked. I haven't decided what I want yet, I lied. And honestly, I'm broke. I can't afford a good one. Don't worry about the money. The school will handle that, she waved off my concern. The core issue is that you need to decide on your future path. If you were just average, I wouldn't tell you this. But your talent is staggering. Your first spirit beast is critical. Do you know about Capital Beast Taming University and Magic City University? I nodded. They were the 2 best schools in the country. They only took 10,000 students a year each. Every single person who got in was a genius from their respective high school. Do you know how they recruit? She asked. I shook my head. It's through special recruitment. They hold trials during the 2nd semester of senior year. You have to earn a spot there and hit a certain score on the college entrance exam. Of course, the truly elite get scouted and admitted without testing at all. With your talent, you'll get in easily. It's been the principal's dream to send a student there. I felt a surge of pride. A guaranteed spot in a top school sounded great. But I was confused. Teacher, I'm only a freshman. Why tell me this now? I'm getting to the point, she said. Few people know this, but both schools have a genius class. The students there are the monsters among geniuses. That class is a cradle for grandmasters. My breath hitched. Grandmasters were rank 9 powerhouses. There are 2 ways in, she explained. Perform like a monster at the recruitment trials, or get a recommendation from someone with the authority to give one. In this entire city, I am the only person with that recommendation power. I stared at her. I had used insight on her before. She was only rank 3. Where did she get that kind of authority? She saw the look on my face and looked a bit embarrassed. It's because I graduated from the Capital University's genius class myself. Then why are you? I trailed off. My situation is complicated, she snapped, glaring at me. She took a breath and regained her composure. I will only recommend you if you have the strength to look down on everyone your age. Here is the standard. By the end of May, you must contract a powerful combat beast and raise it to rank 1. That's the baseline. Meanwhile, your own combat skills must improve and your grades can't drop. If you do all that, I'll give you my recommendation. She paused, her expression solemn. The resources in the genius class are better than anything the rest of the university gets, let alone a normal high school. I only have one recommendation slot. I didn't even give it to my own brother. If I recommend you and you fail, I lose that privilege forever. Teacher, if I do everything you said, what are my chances of getting in? I asked. Maybe 10%, she said. The recommendation exam is much harder. 10%. That was incredibly low. It's an extra chance, she added. Think of it as having 2 shots at the genius class. But I have one condition. If you become powerful enough in the future, I want you to do something for me. Regardless of whether you agree, I'll still recommend you if you're strong enough. She had laid it all on the line. I couldn't say no. Don't worry, teacher. I'll pass the exam and I'll handle whatever task you have for me. She rolled her eyes. Men, always promising things so easily. You don't even know what it is yet. Fine, we'll talk about it once you hit rank 7. Just don't turn your back on me when the time comes. Starting tomorrow, stop running with the class. You're doing morning training with me. Now get out. I headed back to the dorm and lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling. I had to get into that genius class. In this world, strength was everything. It was the only way to protect myself and my family. Still, a question nagged at me. This country had 1 billion people. If the awakening rate was 10%, there should be 100 million tamers. So why did it feel like there were so few of us? Either the awakening rate was a lie, or this world was hiding a lot of secrets. The next morning, the real hell began. I gathered the class on the field and set them to work on their stance training. Then, I walked to the center of the field where Zhou Shumi was waiting, looking at her phone. My special training was about to start. I looked at the center of the field and hesitated. Can't we find somewhere a bit more private? I asked, feeling exposed. It's a little embarrassing to do this right in front of everyone. Zhou Shumi glared at me, her patience wearing thin. Stop dawdling and get over here, she barked. I jogged over immediately. She didn't waste time with small talk. Today, we're focusing on your combat foundations, she said. Specifically, your fighting mechanics. Stance training is the root of everything. There are 3 realms of mastery. The first is the rooting realm, where you apply the strength of your bones and tendons too. Teacher, sorry to interrupt, I said, cutting her off. She raised an eyebrow. Yes. I actually know the 3 realms, I explained. First is the rooting realm, using bone and tendon strength in actual combat. Second is the force burst realm, where you explode with every ounce of power in your body. Third is the soul source realm, where active movement becomes passive instinct. Strength becomes second nature. She looked surprised. That's a very sharp summary. I don't recall teaching you that yet. I met a master in the provincial capital over the new year, I lied smoothly. He gave me some pointers. I'm just missing the actual combat experience to reach that first realm. Zhou Shumi nodded, impressed. That master sounds like he knows his business. Fine. Our goal for the next 3 months is to get you into the second realm, or at least to the doorstep. From today on, we fight every morning. You attack, I defend. You need to channel that bone and tendon strength into every strike. Now, hold your stance for 10 minutes. Feel the power. Then, come at me. I stepped back and dropped into my stance. I didn't sink my consciousness into my beast space this time. Instead, I quieted my mind and listened to my own body. As the minutes passed, a surge of power rose from the soles of my feet. Even though my muscles were relaxed, my fascia and bones held me firm. That was it. That was the bone and tendon strength. I opened my eyes. Teacher, here I come. I lunged forward, snapping a punch toward her head. Her palm met my glove with effortless ease, stopping me cold. Not bad, she commented. But the bone strength isn't clear enough. Lead with the bones and tendons, then follow with the muscle. I pulled back, pivoted on my left foot, and whipped a roundhouse kick toward her temple. Again, her hand was there, blocking it like it was nothing. It's a whole-body effort, she coached. Don't just think about the bones in your arm or leg. Use everything. Again, I focused, feeling the power travel from the ground, through my fascia, through my skeleton, and finally into my fist as my muscles fired in sync. I swung. She caught it with one hand. It felt like hitting a solid brick wall. My knuckles throbbed with a dull ache. That's better, she said. That had the flavor of the rooting realm. Make your body remember that feeling. Keep going. I didn't stop. Punches, kicks, elbows, I threw everything I had. But as my technique improved and my strikes grew heavier, the pain became unbearable. Every time I hit her palms or shins, it felt like striking a sheet of reinforced steel. She didn't even flinch, but my hands and feet were screaming. "Don't stop," she yelled. "Are you done already? Faster. Use more strength." "Teacher, have mercy." I wheezed, my lungs burning. "I really can't." Half an hour later, I was drenched in sweat. I collapsed onto the grass, gasping for air, refusing to move. My hands, feet, and shins were already starting to swell. "When your muscles are exhausted, that's the best time to feel your bone's strength," she said, looking down at me. I closed my eyes and pulled a single drop of origin power from my beast space, letting it flow into my blood. I felt a rush of relief as my energy began to return and the pain dulled. "Don't use origin power to recover," she snapped, sensing the shift. "Save that for your cultivation. Get up." Again. I gritted my teeth against the pain and forced myself up. I charged again. My knuckles began to bleed, staining my gloves. Nearby, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 watched us with wide, terrified eyes. They knew how terrifying Joshumi was. They'd seen her punch through sandbags and shake the entire combat hall with a single stomp. Their own instructors had admitted she was the superior fighter. Seeing me relentlessly attacking her, even if I wasn't landing a single real hit, was staggering. "Are we going to have to do that too?" one student whispered. The whole class went silent. By the time the other classes finished their morning drills and headed for breakfast, I was still at it. The constant pain had triggered a stress response in my body. I was numb. There was nothing left in my head but the next strike. As my muscles failed, my awareness of my bone strength became incredibly sharp. My speed and power actually started to climb. Joshumi finally nodded in approval. She checked her watch and stepped back. "That's enough for today." I swung at thin air, lost my balance, and face-planted into the grass. I stayed there, heaving. "Clean yourself up and get to class," she said before walking away. "Same time tomorrow." I lay there for 5 minutes before I managed to crawl to my feet. I hobbled toward the classroom, every step a battle. "Brother Tang, are you okay?" Yang Fan ran over, a steamed bun in one hand. He reached out to support me. "Hold the bun for me," I groaned. "But don't touch me. Everything hurts too much. Just let me walk." I left a trail of sweat droplets behind me like a rain shower. When I finally reached the classroom, the lesson had already started. The teacher looked at my soaking wet, trembling form and looked horrified, but he didn't say a word and let me take my seat. Yang Fan handed me the bun. My hands were swollen like overstuffed dumplings. They shook so hard I could barely get the food to my mouth. I took a massive bite. The bun was filled with monster meat, and as it hit my stomach, a wave of warmth spread through me. It felt incredible. Suddenly, a bottle of water appeared on my desk. I looked up. Feng Rue, sitting in front of me, pointed toward Yin Ziyuan. Yin was looking back at me with a complicated expression. I gave him a weak smile and took a sip of the water. He looked embarrassed and quickly turned back around, burying his face in his arms on his desk. I couldn't see his eyes, but I knew he was worried. After breakfast, I decided to use one more drop of origin power. I knew Joshumi said not to, but if I didn't, I wouldn't be recovered enough to train tomorrow. I needed to keep the cycle going. As the energy dissolved into my heart, the swelling in my limbs began to recede. I closed my eyes and began my internal cultivation, maintaining my rhythm. By 6 p.m., I was back at the familiar origin room. I breathed in the rich, energized air. It felt amazing. Finally, I didn't have to spend my own money to train here. I sat down, entered a meditative state, and let the world fade away. The origin energy inside the room surged toward me. Hundreds of energy particles swirled, gathering within my beast-taming space as the technique slowly absorbed them. Sun Mingyuan watched the energy levels drop rapidly. He didn't say anything, but I saw him quietly open the hidden compartment and swap in a second mid-grade origin stone. I wasn't the only one pushing hard. Before starting his session, Yang Fan peeked around and popped a chi-condensing pill into his mouth. Not far away, Yun Ziyuan did the same, checking to see if anyone was looking before swallowing a medicinal pill. At least 3 or 4 other students were doing the exact same thing. Most of these kids came from wealthy families. Those who didn't were finding their own ways to keep up. My rapid progress had given them a target. I was the catfish in the tank, making all the sardines swim faster. We were all spiraling upward together. The next morning during training, I was back on the field. I kept up my assault on Joe Shumi. My punches and kicks whistled through the air. As my muscle strength hit its limit, my control over my inner tendon strength became more fluid. Not bad, Joe Shumi remarked. You can call upon your tendon strength at will now. You've officially mastered the basics of the first level of the standing post. Now, you need to fuse that inner strength with your raw muscle power. Once they become one, you'll reach minor accomplishment. She didn't let me rest. Don't stop. Keep going. Merge them. It was a cycle of pain and progress. For 15 days straight, I stayed on the offensive. I finally found the rhythm. The power behind my strikes now was worlds apart from where I started. But on the 16th morning, the routine changed. Li Tang, Zhou Shumi said, stopping my advance. Your active power is solid. Now it's time for passive power. It's my turn to attack. I tensed up. I'll control my strength, she warned. Try your best to block. If the other students had been impressed watching me attack her, they now looked at me with pure pity. Zhou Shumi threw a punch. I raised my arms to block. I caught it, but not really. Her strength was overwhelming. The force slammed my own hands back into my nose. I hit the dirt instantly. I scrambled up, only for her leg to whip out. I blocked with my right arm, but the impact sent me flying 3 meters across the grass. Every time you make contact, you have to engage your tendon strength, she shouted. Otherwise, I'm going to beat you to death. She meant well, but her hands were anything but kind. Another punch came straight for my eye. In that split second, my vision seemed to sharpen. Her movements slowed down just a fraction. I raised both hands to defend, but this time, I drew power up from my legs. When her fist connected, the massive force traveled through my body and straight into the ground. I didn't fly back this time. Instead, I slid backward, my feet carving 2 deep grooves into the earth. Good. That's the feeling, she praised. Then she immediately kicked me another 3 meters away. The problem was my mediocre fighting skills. I couldn't block everything. By the end of the session, my eyes were swollen, my thighs were bruised, and my chest was turning purple from a flurry of strikes. My arms and legs were the worst. There wasn't a patch of clear skin left on them. Zhou Shumi looked at my battered face and seemed a little guilty. Maybe I went a bit too heavy. Go to the school infirmary yourself. Then, she turned and walked away. I couldn't move. I literally couldn't walk. Yang Fan had to grab Qin Rue, and the two of them hauled my limp body to the infirmary. When I saw Vice Principal Lu Yongling there, tears nearly hit my eyes. Principal Lu, you have to save me. Old people are usually kind. Lu Yongling looked at me with a smirk. Oh, isn't this our little genius? Old Huang was just praising you the other day. How did you end up looking like a dead dog? Was it Zhou Shumi? That girl never knows when to hold back. Principal, please stop chatting. I wheezed, slumped in a chair. It hurts. Just use the emerald swallowtail to heal me. I can do that, he said. It's 10,000 yuan per treatment. Go pay at the front. I nearly jumped out of my seat. This is the school infirmary. Why does it cost money? Lu Yongling shrugged and pretended to call out the door. Nurse, come put some ointment on this boy and give him a massage. He'll be fine in 3 or 4 days. Wait. I'll pet, I yelled. Please, just let the butterfly do its thing. Smart kid, Lu Yongling chuckled. 10,000 for my personal help is a bargain. If we weren't at school, I wouldn't even consider it for less than 100,000. He summoned the emerald swallowtail. Heal, he whispered. A soft green light washed over me. My bruises faded before my eyes. Within minutes, I felt alive again. Knowing he was a master and a friend of my mentor, I decided to ask the question burning in my mind. Principal, to level up my standing post, do I really have to get beaten up? Isn't there another way? Sure, he said. You can just stand there and meditate. If you're gifted, you might master the rooting stage in about 10 or 20 years. I groaned. So getting hit was mandatory. Fighting is simple, he explained patiently. It's hitting and getting hit. If you don't learn to take a hit now, you'll just get crushed in real combat later. It's a matter of when, not if. Is there a way to get hit less? I asked. Be smarter, he said. It's about perception. In the first stage of the post, getting hit is the fastest way to spread that tendon strength through your whole body. It turns your moves into instinct. You need to think, why can you use that strength when you attack, but not when you defend? Is your reaction too slow? Then speed up. Is the energy not reaching your limbs? Then practice until it does. He leaned in. Techniques are endless, but the core is the same. Kill the opponent with the least amount of effort. Every attack is a feint to find a weakness. Every defense is about reading those feints to avoid the real blow. You have to make it an instinct. Only then do you find your own style. He paused, looking me in the eye. And another thing. When Shumi tells you to defend, do you just stand there like an idiot and take it? Did you think about dodging? Did you think about a counterattack? Did you think about using her momentum against her? The goal isn't to be a punching bag. The goal is to get that strength into every muscle. Open your mind, kid. I walked out of the infirmary with my head spinning. It wasn't that he was being long-winded. His words were profound. They hit me like a lightning bolt. On the way to class, I couldn't stop thinking. Before I crossed over to this world, I always thought I was pretty smart. But now, I realized I had been looking at the mountain without seeing the path. My talent was excellent. People called me a child of destiny, the protagonist of my own story. But after listening to Vice Principal Liu, I realized I had been incredibly arrogant. I had been lazy. Not the kind of lazy where I skipped training to play, but a mental laziness. I had stopped thinking. I stopped analyzing. A little bit of success had blinded me, and I failed to look at the bigger picture. Liu was right. Whether it was combat techniques, beast taming, or secret arts, it was all about one thing: gaining power to kill the enemy while keeping yourself alive. In my fights with Shumi, my reaction time was the problem. I wasn't fluid because I wasn't used to the feeling of my own strength. The solution was simple. From now on, every movement I made had to use that inner tendon strength. Why only use it in battle? I could use it in my daily life. As I walked, my posture shifted. To anyone watching, it looked like I had forgotten how to walk. My steps were slow and deliberate as I felt the connection between my tendons and my leg muscles. Gradually, I picked up the pace. My stride returned to normal, but I felt lighter, almost like I was floating. I spent the rest of the day obsessing over every inch of my body, from my legs to my abs, my back, my arms, and even my neck. I forced my muscles to fuse with that inner power. Yang Fan followed me around all day, looking at me like I was a total idiot. I'd lift a leg, bend over, twist my neck, and then suddenly throw 2 punches at the air. He didn't say a word, but I knew what he was thinking. Shumi had finally beaten me stupid. The next morning, the fight continued. Shumi threw a punch. I slipped to the side, dodging it cleanly, and immediately fired a low kick at the back of her knee. She instinctively lifted her leg to block me, but I didn't fight her force. I used the momentum of her block to spin my entire body, launching a high kick toward her head. She raised her right arm to guard. Because I had combined her power with the strength of my own waist and legs, the impact was heavy. She couldn't counterattack. She had to take it. The blow forced her to take a step back. I didn't stop. I lunged off my other leg, throwing another flying kick at her head. She reacted quickly this time, grabbing my leg and tossing me away. I hit the grass and rolled, dissipating the force of the fall. "Not bad, kid," she said, her eyes narrowing. "You actually figured it out in a day. You can finally hold your own for a few moves." She seemed a bit embarrassed that a student had pushed her back. Her expression hardened as she switched from defense to a full-on assault. "Your tendon strength is improving. Let's see how you handle this." She lunged again. I tried to slip right, but she anticipated it. Her punch was a feint, and a heavy whip kick came screaming toward my calf. I couldn't dodge in time. I dropped into a deep lunge, taking the blow on the front of my shin. It hurt like hell, but the stance kept me upright. I didn't give her a second to breathe. I drove off my back foot and threw a punch straight at her chest. In a real fight, she would have parried and countered with a blow that could kill me. But since this was a spar, she opened her palm to catch my fist. I had learned my lesson. My punch was a feint, too. I pulled it back midair and dropped into a low sweep, targeting both her ankles. She was caught off guard. I was crouched too low for her to grab, and in a life-or-death struggle, she would have just stomped on my head. Instead, she was forced to jump back to avoid the sweep. I stayed on her. I lunged forward from my low position, aiming a monkey steals the peach strike at her lower body. She frowned. I knew she wanted to kick me into next week for that one, but she restrained herself and retreated another step. I pushed off again, throwing a black tiger steals the heart. One hand blocked her downward reach while my other fist drove straight for her stomach. In that split second, she had two choices: kick me to death or take another step back. She stepped back. The playground went silent for a heartbeat, then exploded. Whoa, did you see that? Li Tang pushed teacher Zhou back 3 steps. The class monitor is a beast. The students from Class 1 and Class 2 were losing their minds. They had been suffering under Zhou Shumi's brutal training for days, watching me get pulverized every morning. To them, my success was their hope. If I could stand up to her, maybe they could too. Meanwhile, I was flat on my back, gasping for air. Zhou Shumi had ended the streak by planting a boot in my chest the moment I overextended. She ignored the cheering crowd and looked down at me. After a few seconds of silence, she spoke softly. You're actually very good. Your first stage training isn't perfect, but your application of tendon strength is where it needs to be. You can practice the rest on your own. She paused. For the next phase, you'll be training with teacher Zhao Weigua. His methods will suit the second realm better. I grinned, still lying in the dirt. Thanks, teacher Zhou. Humph. She turned and walked away, acting like she didn't care. The moment she was gone, my classmates swarmed me. They lifted me up, cheering my name like I'd just won a war, and carried me straight to the school infirmary. I was smiling, but man, everything hurt. My limbs were in worse shape than yesterday. Another 10,000 yuan down the drain for medical bills. That night, at midnight, I sat in my dorm clutching a mid-grade origin stone. I watched the red energy flow into my beast space, being absorbed by the taming art. Drop by drop, the power built up. Suddenly, the space began to vibrate. It expanded outward, the boundaries pushing further into the darkness. The central pillar of the taming art grew taller, and a 10th leaf sprouted from the stem. It had taken 6 months, but I had finally hit level 10. I could feel it in my gut, a primal instinct telling me I was ready. I could finally form a contract with a spirit beast. But more importantly, I could finally test my second talent, synthetic evolution. The talent allowed me to fuse identical beasts of the same level to force an evolution. It also gave me 10 extra slots for combat-ready beasts. I didn't even know if the beasts in those extra slots could fight alongside me yet. If they could, then the world wasn't ready for what I was about to become. I figured the odds of fighting 10 to 1 were slim, but I hoped the system wasn't that twisted. My mind raced with questions about my new talent, synthetic evolution. What defined an identical beast? Did they have to be the same species, have the same talent grade, and possess the same skills? If so, that would be the baseline. Then there was the limit. How many times could a beast evolve? Based on having 1 primary contract slot and 10 backup slots, I calculated that I could force a beast to evolve 5 times. That would require a staggering 243 identical beasts. If I wanted a 6th evolution, I'd likely need to use the second contract slot I'd get at Realm 2, but I suspected the system wouldn't allow that. Still, 5 evolutions were plenty. From what I knew, the highest natural talent for a beast was grade 9. If each evolution jumped the talent up 1 to 3 grades, I could potentially cultivate a divine beast that surpassed grade 9 entirely. The real catch was the level restriction. To fuse them, they had to be the same level. My first contracted beast would level up lightning fast in my beast space, making it hard for any new additions to catch up. I had to choose my first partner carefully. I decided to aim for a rank 2 or rank 3 beast with a massive population. If I could evolve it 2 or 3 times quickly, it would reach rank 6 strength, putting me ahead of almost every other tamer. I ignored rank 0 and rank 1 beasts entirely. Humans mostly raised them for food or materials. They lacked talent skills, couldn't condense beast bullets, and I couldn't even see their evolution paths. If I picked one and it stayed useless after evolving, I'd be finished. I spent the night overthinking until mental exhaustion finally dragged me into a deep sleep. At 6:30 the next morning, I was back on the field. Even though I was dying to get my first beast, I knew it wouldn't happen in a day. My martial training couldn't stop. Zhao Weiguo was waiting for me in the center of the track. I hurried over. Teacher Zhao, good morning. I'm in your hands today. Zhao Weiguo didn't say much. He just nodded in silence. Teacher, what are we practicing today? I asked. More silence. I stood there awkwardly for 10 seconds before he finally spoke. The second realm of the pillar's stance. Force power, he said. The goal is to explode with your body's full strength. He paused. 3 steps. First, mobilize the power. Second, tension yourself like a bow. Third, strike. I waited for more. He just looked at me. I'll demonstrate. He dropped into a horse stance, fists at his sides, his entire frame tightening like a coiled spring. A few seconds later, his right fist blurred. A massive boom echoed through the air, a literal sonic break. The shockwave whistled past my ear, and I nearly dropped my jaw. The other students nearby jumped in fright. He pulled his punch back. Today, you hold the stance. Mobilize your strength. Punch. Then, he went silent again. I didn't hesitate. I dropped into the stance, channeled my energy through my bones, and threw a punch. It was silent. I tried again. Still silent. 10 minutes later, he spoke again. Imagine yourself as a bow. Use your whole body to pull the string. The punch is the arrow. He went back to being a statue. No wonder he didn't lead regular classes. Talking seemed to physically pain him. His instructions were abstract, so I had to find my own way. I visualized my spine and legs as the limbs of a bow, using my muscles to create tension. I threw a punch. It was faster, and I heard a faint whoosh, mostly just my sleeve rubbing against my arm. Another 10 minutes passed. Rotate your muscles in the opposite direction, he added. When you punch, force them the other way. I wanted to scream. Brother, you could have said that earlier. That one tip was like a lightning bolt to my brain. My next punch tore through the air with a loud whistle and a faint pop of compressed air. I memorized the feeling, throwing punch after punch. A bit later, Zhao Weiguo produced a thick piece of padding from nowhere. Hit me. I didn't hold back. My fist slammed into the guard, slightly deforming the padding. My knuckles stung like crazy, but the man didn't budge. He stood there like a mountain. I kept going, punch after punch, for nearly 10 minutes until my hand was red and swollen. That's enough for today, he said with a small nod. You're good. Then he just turned and walked away. Hey, boss, how good exactly? I shouted after him, but he was gone. I skipped breakfast and headed straight for Zhou Shumi's office. When I walked in, she was staring intensely at her desk, looking dead serious. I got closer and realized she was playing a matching puzzle game on her phone. Teacher Zhou, sorry to interrupt. She clicked her screen off instantly and glared at me. Why aren't you in class? Do you have a problem with Teacher Zhao? That's just how he is. If you don't understand something, ask him one question at a time. He'll answer eventually. No, he's great, I said. I'm here because I hit level 10. I need to contract a beast. Her eyebrows shot up. Level 10? Faster than I thought. Do you have a beast in mind? Not yet. Can I see the beast eggs the school has in stock? Fine. Follow me. She led me to the principal's office first. Principal Wei Lu praised my speed, calling me a little hero before signing a release form. We headed toward the back mountain. I'd spent a semester here, but I usually stayed near the classrooms or the dorms. As we climbed higher, I saw groups of upperclassmen in the woods. Some were sparring, others were commanding beasts to blast trees, and some were just meditating. We reached the summit after 10 minutes. There was a simple, flat-roofed building there that looked like a farmhouse. Zhou Shumi led me straight inside. Teacher Qi, Zhou Shumi called out as we entered. I've brought a student to pick out a spirit beast egg. An elderly woman sat behind a wooden desk. Her silver hair was combed back neatly, framing a long, wrinkled face that spoke of decades of experience. She didn't look up from her work. Her fingers were busy knitting a sweater. Zhou Shumi stepped forward respectfully and handed over the release form. This is the slip signed by the principal. Teacher Qi took the paper, scanned it, and then looked up at me. Her gaze was sharp. So, this is the kid you recommended? Yes, Teacher Qi, Shumi replied. I gave a polite nod. Hello, Teacher Chi. The old woman went back to her knitting. Why send him out to risk his life so soon? Wouldn't it be better to stay in high school for another 2 years? Her voice was calm, almost detached. Teacher Chi, Shumi said firmly. A beast tamer's life is about taking risks. Suit yourself, Teacher Chi muttered. The eggs are on the second basement level. She lowered her head and ignored us. Shumi motioned for me to follow her toward a side staircase. I realized then that this simple farmhouse was just a front. The school had hollowed out the entire mountain. The first basement level holds common eggs, Shumi explained as we descended. The second level is for the precious ones. Grab this chance. Pick something that fits you. We reached the bottom quickly. The room was small, maybe 30 square meters, with a single long table in the center. 7 spirit beast eggs sat there, glowing faintly. I'd seen high-end eggs in the provincial capital before, so I didn't lose my cool. I walked to the table and started reading the labels. The school was definitely playing for keeps. Out of the 7 eggs, 4 were rank 5 and 3 were rank 6. All of them came from the Rift world. Usually, these aren't for students, Shumi whispered. Teachers buy these when they're looking to break through to the next rank. I had to apply specifically for you. I promised the principal you'd definitely get into the Capital Beast Taming University. That's the only reason he agreed. She pointed to the second egg from the left. This is my top recommendation for you. The mountain-splitting great ape. It's a power-type beast with a rank 6 talent. Its attack and defense are both top tier. Most importantly, it has a clear evolution path. The Titan ape, which is rank 9. Evolution is hard, but having a goal gives you hope. I stared at the egg but didn't say anything. I was running numbers in my head. If I wanted to use my second talent to its full potential, I needed quantity. If I chose a common rank 3 beast, I could find 27 of them, evolve it 3 times, and potentially hit rank 7 talent. But if I chose this ape, it was already rank 6. The downside, I probably wouldn't find 2 more of them anytime soon to trigger an evolution. Teacher Zhou, I asked, why aren't there any rank 7 eggs? I haven't seen any at the beast home shops either. They exist, but they're incredibly rare, she explained. The gap between rank 6 and rank 7 is a massive wall. Once a beast reaches that level of power, its fertility drops significantly. Most rank 7 or 8 beasts you see in the wild actually started with rank 6 talent. They just spent years fighting and breaking their natural limits. Their eggs are still rank 6. What if they evolve? I pushed. Evolution is different. It's a biological upgrade. If a Titan ape laid an egg, it would be rank 7 or even rank 9. That's why rank 7 eggs are so rare. If someone finds one, they don't sell it. They certainly don't give it to a high school. Now, have you decided? Take the ape. I took a deep breath. Teacher Zhou, if I don't take an egg from the school, can I get the cash value instead? She looked like she wanted to slap me. You're only level 10. Don't get greedy. You're actually turning down a mountain-splitting ape. 10 minutes later, we were in the principal's office. Principal Wei Lu and Zhou Shumi were both tag-teaming me, mostly just scolding me at this point. Do you have any idea what it cost me to get that egg? The principal barked. If that thing went to auction, it would fetch 150 million credits easily. And you're looking down on it? How big is your ego, kid? I kept my head down and didn't talk back. I knew they were right. I'd seen a dragon egg go for over 100 million at the beast home auction, but I couldn't tell them about my second talent. All right, Teacher Zhou. The principal sighed, waving her off. Everyone has their own path. You mentioned before that Li Tang's insight talent might be special. He probably wants to try his luck at the beast home. He turned to me, his eyes narrowing. But don't even dream about 100 million in cash. The most I can give you is 15 million. If that ape egg isn't contracted by someone here, I have to return it to the Ministry of Education. Principal, you know I'm going there to gamble on a better beast, I said, trying to push my luck. 15 million is just the price of a rank 5 egg. It's not enough. Give me 50 million. Impossible, he snapped. 15 million. Not a cent more. If you don't make it into the Capital University, I'm the one who has to cover the deficit. I'll make it into the university for sure, I argued. I'll even aim for the genius class. Let's meet in the middle. 30 million. Give me 2 shots at evolving a rank 5 into a rank 7. The principal sighed heavily. Fine. 20 million. Take it or leave it. The school has survived years without a capital university student. I can wait a few more. You aren't the only genius in the world. Deal. Thanks, principal. I grinned. Can you transfer it now? I want to head to the provincial capital today. I handled my leave of absence right there in the office. My plan was set. For my first beast, I'd pick a common rank 3. I'd find at least 9 of them, evolve it twice, and guarantee a rank 6. If I was lucky, I'd hit rank 7. There was no luxury car from Yang Weidong this time. I bought a train ticket online and headed back to the dorm. I packed a few clothes into my bag, but my main focus was my origin stones and my bank card. I thought about stuffing the stones in my underwear, but there were too many and they were too bulky. I ended up hanging the bank card around my neck and burying the stones at the very bottom of my backpack. I caught a taxi to the station. The train left at 2 p.m. and would arrive around 7 p.m. I wasn't shy. I pulled out my phone and messaged Huang Shuxian. Sister Xian, I'm coming to the city tonight. Can you help me book a room at the Jueming Hotel? Half an hour later, I was at the station when her reply came through. What time do you arrive? 7 p.m. at the South Station. I typed back. I've arranged for someone to pick you up, she replied. We'll have dinner together. We can talk about whatever you need then. Awesome. Thanks, Sister Xian. No problem. My grandfather has been asking about you anyway. He might come to dinner too.